Actually, we see a very high number of displaced persons. At this point, we see about 9.5 million people from Asia-Pacific countries who've been forcibly displaced due to conflict. On top of that, also many people are forcibly displaced due to disasters, natural disasters. Over half of the number of new disaster-included displacements worldwide are actually from Asia and the Pacific. And we also estimate that, for example, climate change will have a very high impact on displacement also in the future in Asia and the Pacific. So it's a right moment for us to reflect on, what is the situation displaced persons faced? And with displaced persons, we can think of refugees, but also internally displaced persons who are displaced because of natural disasters, for example, or even climate change. And what we see is that many of these people actually find it very difficult to rebuild their lives, to access, employment or other livelihood opportunities, to even, have their right to work respected. So this is the topic of our session today, to look together with key stakeholders, whether from business, whether from UN, international organizations, whether from civil society or employers, on what can we do to facilitate access to employment, to facilitate decent work for migrants and displaced persons. There's a lot of good initiatives, and I'm sure my colleagues here at the panel will share some of the good practice. But unfortunately, also there's a lot more that needs to be done. We see that if there's no effort made to ensure that migrants and displaced persons in specific can access regular labor migration pathways, for example, that they can have the right to work. Eventually, their only option is, either, employment in the informal sector, very limited livelihoods opportunities, often also, exposure to exploitative working conditions. So we thought, let's discuss this today and let's see what the private sector, what the UN, what NGOs, what employers can do to support migrants and displaced persons in accessing regular labor migration opportunities, in accessing decent work as a pathway to a durable solution. Now, as IOM, we've been engaging on this topic for a while, together with UNHCR and Talent Beyond Boundaries. We're actually part of the Global Task Force on Refugee Labor Mobility, and that's a global task force that is looking at how can we enhance access to decent work pathways for refugees through labor migration opportunities. Of course, we're also working with the private sector more broadly. One of our partners is here. We're all partners, but I was actually looking for Sung In from Adidas, because Adidas is one of the businesses that has engaged with IOM in terms of enhancing protection of migrant workers and displaced persons who are working in Adidas supply chains. So this is another practice that will be shared in today's panel. So let me perhaps introduce now the panel to you. We have with us 4 panelists from very diverse backgrounds, representing very diverse stakeholders. I'll start on my right with Damla Buyuktaski, right, Damla? So Damla is working from UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency, as a senior regional livelihoods and economic inclusion officer for Asia and the Pacific, and she oversees everything linked to employment, entrepreneurship, skills building, training for labor market integration of refugees, with, of course, the objective to ensure their self-reliance. And I believe she covers more than 40 countries in this region. 43. Yes. 43, okay, wow, impressive. So welcome, Damla. Then we have with us also Sung In Marshall from Adidas. And Sung In is a senior manager for human rights and development partnerships with Adidas, based in Hong Kong. And she manages projects and initiatives related to addressing modern slavery and forced labor risks in the supply chains, also strategic partnerships on key social and labor issue areas. And she has been working closely with IOM in terms of promoting responsible recruitment practices within Adidas and their suppliers. Then let me move to the other side of the table. We have Mr. Farouk Ahmed of the Bangladesh Employers Federation, representing the employers today. Farouk is the Secretary General of the Bangladesh Employers Federation since 2009, and he has been actively involved in reviewing labor laws, labor rules, labor policy, creating awareness on responsible business conduct in his country, and he's also an employer member in the ILO governing body. And then finally, next to me, Rachel Beck, and Rachel Beck is representing Talent Beyond Boundaries. Now, Talent Beyond Boundaries is an NGO that has been very actively engaged in promoting labor mobility pathways for refugees or for displaced persons. She will tell us more about that. She's the Global Partnerships Director at Talent Beyond Boundaries, and basically, supporting labor mobility programs for refugees around the world. So welcome to all the panelists. As you see, we'll hear from very different perspectives from business, from UN, from NGOs, from employers. So really looking forward to the discussion. And we will focus on 3 questions today. The first one is, what are the barriers and challenges that displaced persons face to participate in formal labor markets? Secondly, what initiatives could be created to provide fair, equal, and decent work for displaced persons and migrants? And finally, how can global businesses promote integration and protection of displaced persons and migrants more broadly in international supply chains? So these are the questions we hope to answer with the panel, but also with you, the participants in the room. We hope to hear from you. We hope to hear your comments, your experiences, your suggestions or recommendations, and we'll definitely dedicate time for that in today's session. Now, Rachel, I would like to start with you, actually, because Talent Beyond Boundaries is very active in engaging businesses and governments in creating safe and legal pathways to enable displaced persons to move for work, to resume their careers, and to rebuild their lives. Now, I was wondering, from your experience on the ground, what are some of the barriers or challenges displaced persons face to participate in the labor markets? Why is it an issue in the first place?
Yeah, thank you for that, and thanks for the opportunity to be here today. Great question. I think the answer for us lies in 2 broad categories, and the first one would primarily be practical. So we all know that when people are displaced, especially across international boundaries, they often lose the right to work legally. They don't have the right paperwork to do so in the country where they've arrived. But that problem persists even if they try to move to a different country, and in some cases it actually becomes much worse. So on the face of it, it seems that anybody can apply for a job anywhere. In reality, that's not the case. If you're a displaced person applying for a job in the US or Mexico or anywhere else in the world, you face a very documentary process. You need a passport, you need to be able to pass a police check in your country of origin, you need a lot of paperwork, transcripts, things like this. So there are a lot of practical considerations, both at the destination end and also at the source side, we might say. You might not feel safe enough to travel to that passport appointment. You might not have the money for an English test if you need to pass one for a visa program, as many do require. So these are all very practical considerations, and Talent Beyond Boundaries, or TBB, focuses very much on alleviating those issues and finding solutions. But the other issue is really more conceptual, and I think that's perhaps the one that's more interesting to consider here today with you. And that is about the narrative around displaced people. So, as many of us probably have seen, that narrative often doesn't acknowledge the skills, the capacities, the resilience that displaced people already have. There's a lot of emphasis on vulnerability. There's a lot of emphasis on retraining, providing additional support, all of which is important. But it doesn't recognize what displaced people have already built up over time. And so TBB is really working with employers to recognize this untapped talent pool, with governments to recognize the assets that displaced people can be, and to help everybody understand that there are additional options on the table. Those are the two broad categories I would highlight.
Thank you, Rachel. And very good. You also highlighted the fact that displaced people also bring talent. They have skills, and we should look at that element rather than focusing on the vulnerability alone. So thank you for that. Let me now turn to you, Damla, because as UNHCR, the United Nations Refugee Agency, you're of course mandated to provide international protection and humanitarian assistance and durable solutions to refugees. I was wondering how this mandate now translates really practically on the ground. Like, how do you support labor market integration of refugees, for example? Also, do you engage with businesses to promote access to the labor market?
Thank you very much, dear Gertrude. It's a great question, and it's really a great honor to be with all of you today. I work for the Regional Bureau for Asia and the Pacific, as Gertrude has stated, and we have around 11.3 million forcibly displaced people in our part of the world. I cover the region of 43 countries that start from Kazakhstan down under to the Pacific Islands, actually. And we have more than half of the world's actually stateless population here. We also have 10% of the world's total forcibly displaced. And accordingly, we also have around 19% of refugees under UNHCR's mandate globally. So globally, UNHCR, and also in this part of the world regionally, we have a lot of responsibility. As you have stated, first and foremost, of course, our core mandate is related to protection. So what we would like to do is to ensure that refugees can access their rights. So we come up with our tents, with water, with registration, with cash, with assistance, the moment that a crisis starts. We always are very proud to say UNHCR is the first one to arrive and the last one to leave as well. But of course, we see that the humanitarian approach is not solely sufficient anymore, because we need a systemic approach where more opportunities are created for everyone, actually. So we need to be contributing to the sustainable development of the countries rather than focus only on the forcibly displaced, because that's also always the discourse that we hear from the host communities, from the host countries as well, that they're also struggling with their own challenges, which is also, of course, a very, very valid argument, because most of the refugees are being hosted in developing countries. Therefore, what we try to focus on is to bridge the two worlds. We would like to really make sure that we are not working in silos, but we are working together in order to create more opportunities and solutions for refugees and, of course, the other forcibly displaced. Because when we talk about the forcibly displaced, we're not only talking about the refugees, we're talking about the internally displaced persons, we're talking about the returnees, and we're talking about the stateless as well. So what do we mean when we talk about solutions? Of course, in an ideal world, we would love to see that the conditions improve and everybody can go back to their countries, so voluntarily, of course, doing so. And the second solution is that they are resettled to a third country, and also with labor mobility, we collaborate very much with Talent Beyond Boundaries as well. And we are also very much grateful to the countries that host refugees, because Bangladesh is one of them, so we are grateful to the government of Bangladesh as well. And of course, the third one is then inclusion. We are aware of the resettlement numbers. They're not really sufficient. Therefore, inclusion becomes more and more important. Why do we talk about inclusion? Of course, people come to the countries with their talents, just like you were stating, Rachel, with their diplomas, with their experience, with their expertise. And even if they don't have any of these, they come with the determination to really rebuild their lives. And whenever we speak with the forcibly displaced, that's what they always state. Because of course, aid is always time dependent, fund dependent, but we would like them to be really self-reliant. And that is why my title is Livelihoods and Economic Inclusion Officer. So we envision an ideal economy where everybody is included and everybody can access the good opportunities. We have two big milestones related to this. One of them is in 2016, the New York Declaration, and in 2018, the Global Compact on Refugees, where there has been over 100 pledges from governments and the private sector related to jobs and livelihoods opportunities. And in this case, it takes even more than a village. We need the whole of society to collaborate, because this is a challenge that we need to, of course, tackle collaboratively. We need the United Nations agencies to collaborate with us. We need the private sector. We need the governments. We need the non-governmental organizations as well, because we cannot do it together, of course. So for us, economic inclusion means that people that are forcibly displaced can access the opportunities and can become socioeconomically contributing members of any society during the time that they are there, because we know that they can become exporters, inventors, innovators, employers, employees, taxpayers, if they can access the right opportunities. And it means that they can actually contribute to the sustainable development of that country. And for me, I will answer more in the second round related to our collaboration with the private sector, but especially on livelihoods and economic inclusion, it is impossible to do our work without the private sector, because private sector is the one that, of course, creates the employment opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Damla, especially also for highlighting that, we shouldn't only focus on the displaced persons, but also look at the host communities, the host countries who often already have their own challenges, and how can we bridge these two worlds. We need a whole of society approach to make this work, and the private sector has an important role in that. So I think that's a good leadway to actually hear from Sung In from Adidas, because Adidas has been very committed to improving the protection of migrant workers and displaced persons in the supply chains. We've been happy as IOM to be part of that journey, also through supporting, for example, the development of the migrant worker guidelines for Adidas supply chain. Now, I was wondering, from a business perspective and based on your company's experience, what type of vulnerable backgrounds do you see that some migrant workers are coming from? Because we see often also very mixed migration group. Maybe some people, have been forcibly displaced, others moved for economic reasons. So how do you see those vulnerabilities, and what is Adidas' approach to ensure respect of workers' rights in your supply chains, whether for migrants or displaced persons?
Thank you very much, Hertree. And I think, as you've noted, it's important to recognize the different types of migration that occur and the different drivers which cause displacement, whether that's forced displacement or voluntary migration for reasons related to socioeconomic opportunities and pursuit of decent work in other countries where perhaps a home country may not provide those opportunities. So of these different types of migration, labor migration, forced migration due to conflict or natural disasters, or even return indeed migration flows. Our supply chain and the work that Adidas has been doing to support decent work opportunities for displaced persons has focused on labor migrants and those who are migrating for socioeconomic reasons. So the focus of my comments today will primarily be on the work that we've done to support migrant workers in our supply chain. And indeed, labor migrants, and in fact, all displaced persons do face specific risks and challenges. I think in yesterday's final panel of the day on access to justice and for migrant workers, the IOM highlighted some key and quite sobering statistics. And as well, the recently published global estimates of modern slavery have highlighted that migrant workers are over 3 times more likely to be in situations of forced labor than non-migrant workers. That is a significant difference, which must be taken into account, and certainly something we've strived to take into account when it comes to respecting the human rights of migrant workers. And the report also continues that while we can recognize that labor migration has a largely net positive effect on individuals, households, communities, societies, and indeed businesses, the finding of this kind of 3 times greater vulnerability demonstrates, the need for businesses, states, and other actors in this ecosystem to do more. Indeed, because of this vulnerability is driven by factors related to irregularly or poorly governed migration, so perhaps a state failure to protect, or indeed a business failure to respect when it comes to certain recruitment practices, and particularly managing unfair or unethical recruitment practices in the migration chain. And so as a business and in our commitment to the UNGPs, a key aspect of responsibly employing labor migrants for us has been to promote and really drive forward fair and ethical recruitment throughout our supply chain, and understanding the specific needs of migrant workers. And that's been initially through the provisions in our workplace standards, which is our code of conduct for suppliers, as well as our employment guidelines, which we share with all of our suppliers regarding core fundamental human rights, including those of migrant workers. And through these initial policies and practices, we've attempted to embed protection of migrant workers in all of our operations and our supply chain. As Gertrude has mentioned, we've also partnered with the IOM over the past several years to expand and cascade our commitment to zero fees. First of all, by developing a no recruitment commitment, following on our commitment to the FLA no fee policy, and as well as building capacity across our supplier base to support responsible recruitment and employment of migrant workers. We've also made an effort to really integrate and include migrant workers in all of our employment processes, including providing our worker surveys and access to grievance mechanisms in their native languages. So I think yesterday in the panel, it was highlighted that there are certain just basic gaps, including access to materials and information and support in native languages that's not being provided in certain cases. And certainly, while we have room for improvement, we've done our best to provide information and access to information about rights to migrant workers throughout our supply chain. In addition to the work that we have done to responsibly recruit and employ migrant workers, I would like to mention that we have launched some programs to provide meaningful employment opportunities to those who are displaced by conflict and refugees. Our initiatives have included I apologize that these examples are not from the Asia Pacific region, but are examples of how we've included refugees into the formal labor market has included a program and employment pathway for Syrian refugees in Turkey, and a global partnership with the organization Tent Partnership for Refugees, based in our headquarters in Germany, to provide mentoring, training, and employment opportunities to refugees and migrants in Europe. I, again, apologize that these are not examples from the Asia Pacific region, but these both highlight the importance of businesses engaging with the full ecosystem of actors to support decent work for migrant workers, including governments, international organizations, a civil society, and workers, to be able to provide refugees meaningful integration and employment and protect their rights. So with the example in Turkey in 2016, we petitioned the Turkish government to change the labor law to permit temporary work for Syrian refugees. And we did so in collaboration with the UNHCR, and I know Damla played a large role in that initiative. These initiatives, both in Turkey and in our headquarters in Germany regarding refugees, have been focused and localized, but believe that we have the potential to replicate or scale such programs with the right partners. And so perhaps I'll wrap up my initial comments, and I apologize, Gertrude, perhaps I'm running over time, that the value of partnerships is really critical to decent work opportunities and strengthening a global program to respect the rights of migrant workers and ensure that no worker pays for a job and can access decent work with dignity. So while we've made much progress so far, I know that with the right partners, we can be doing much more. And yes, with that, I will close.
Thank you, Sung. Indeed, very, very good examples. Also, you know, even though they're not from the region, I think what you said is right. How can we scale some of this good practice? And it does show that, you know, businesses can play a very important role in you know, looking how we can provide better and decent work opportunities to displaced persons. But I think also the commitment you mentioned overall to ensure, you know, a code of conduct for suppliers, commitment to zero fees, responsible recruitment for migrants and displaced persons, regardless of, you know, the reasons for their migration. I think this is very commendable. And perhaps also to reflect on what you said, that one of the main challenges is that this migration is not well managed, that eventually people migrate irregularly, and this, leads to greater vulnerability. And I think that reflects also what you said, Rachel, that even for displaced persons, it might even be more difficult to understand, what are the legal pathways available to them to find employment. I think it's time now to hear the employer's perspective, because we also have Farouk with us from the Bangladesh Employers Federation. So I wanted to ask you, what's the employer's point of view? What kind of initiatives do you think could be created to provide fair, equal, and decent work for displaced persons? What are some of the initiatives you're aware of? And of course, indeed, Bangladesh is a very interesting example for that.
Sorry. Thank you. Good morning, friends and colleagues and esteemed participants. I feel encouraged that in most of the, or many of the seminars or discussions that we see normally, it's usually a male-heavy panel. But this time it's a female-heavy panel. And I must admit that my experience, whenever it's a female-led initiative, the success rate is much more than that of male-led initiatives. Congratulations, my panel members. Distinguished participants, I would like to express my sincere thanks to IOM and ILO for organizing these very timely discussions. Coming down to the particularly to the displacement issue, as of now, millions of people are displaced worldwide, and it's a huge number that as a responsible global citizen, we just cannot remain silent. It also seriously contradicts the main theme of the SDG, no one to leave behind, and which means taking explicit actions to end extreme poverty, curb inequalities, confront discrimination, and fast-track progress for the farthest behind. The displaced persons are all-encompassing victims of poverty, inequality, discriminations, and all types of social deprivation. Not only as an employer, but also as a responsible citizens of this global village, we must work together hand in hand by all stakeholders, be it organizationally or individually, to minimize the displacement due to oppression or repression because of social, economic, political, cultural, or natural calamity. Out of millions of displaced persons worldwide today, almost 99% of them are mostly, in case of international displacement, are due to political conflicts among the states, for which the common citizens are at no fault of their own. They are complete victims of the external tyrannic circumstances. As an employer and as all other sensible stakeholders, we must have some responsibilities on this particular issue. First of all, the displaced person should be offered with education, training, skills development facilities, so that they can be part of the economic activities. There should be economic empowerment activities, and these activities should be connected to the needs of the local demand, so that they have an easy space to make themselves as comfortable as possible in terms of life and livelihood. They cannot be also kept in isolation for usual living amenities and facilities like freely undertaking religious rituals, access to use of technologies, medical services, children's education, upskilling, reskilling, access to some kind of finance to make special arrangement particularly for them. Bangladesh is hosting for about 1.2 million displaced people. As already my previous speakers have mentioned, the local and host community has also some conflicting challenges. But in order to minimize the efforts, there should be some innovative and comprehensive ways of moving forward through a partnership, through a collaborative approach. And some of the lower echelon activities of the supply chain, like for example, some sort of skills development activities, like for example, some handwork, woodwork, or similar sort of micro activities should be placed within their communities so that they can also uplift themselves and they can also be linked to the overall supply chain in that locality, if not internationally. I would stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your views. And indeed, as you said, Bangladesh is hosting a large number of displaced persons, and it's important to look at what are some of the innovative solutions we can find, also taking into account the challenges the host community is already facing overall, and starting from the local level, the skills development, you know, the local supply chains, to perhaps, you know, the bigger international solutions. So I think this is a great start for us to look at, you know, what can be done, and perhaps, you know, to ask a similar question now back to Rachel from Talent Beyond Boundaries, because you also work to directly support displaced people through special programs for displaced talent. And we know that recently some countries like Australia have launched a specific displaced talent visa programs to allow those to get out perhaps of their first host country to go to a country like Australia. And as you said, it's very difficult for displaced persons in the first place to understand, you know, would there be a job opportunity for me in Australia? How do I even get there, right? So I was wondering, what's your experience with supporting these displaced talent visa programs like in Australia? And do you think this could be part of, you know, the solution?
Yes, I do. TBB has negotiated special visa programs in Australia, Canada, and the United Kingdom, and there are other countries coming online this year. What we find is that we actually can't keep up with the demand. We're a small startup organization, really a pioneer in the area of labor mobility. And once sort of the genie was out of the bottle, there was no stopping it. So we see enormous demand from other countries to get involved with this solution. Just to provide some additional context, TBB was founded as a response to the Syrian refugee crisis. And it proved very successful with Syrians in Jordan and Lebanon. We've expanded to reach a lot of Palestinians, a lot of Iraqis, and quite a few Afghans as well. Because we're a startup, we focused very much on developing proof of concept. This is a new idea that governments could open a specialized pathway for displaced talent, and the demand from employers would be there. So we were very focused on proving that the model could be effective. Now that we've done that, we're really interested in seeing how this could work in other parts of the world. So we've moved now to open a program in Asia that focuses on 4 countries: Malaysia, Pakistan, India, and Indonesia. The idea is that we can look for people who don't have other options, see if this is a viable solution for them in those countries, and offer them the opportunity also to move to these same destination countries if they're interested. The model very much prioritizes agency and choice at every stage. There is no compulsion to participate. There's no moment when you sign up and can't back out. This is simply an additional and complementary solution to those that are already on the table, because the need is so vast and the appetite from all stakeholders is so immense. We do see that.
Thank you, Rachel. And indeed, it's also clear that, you know, particularly let's say the host countries within the region, like Bangladesh, they have immense numbers of displaced persons, while there are other countries like Australia who might perhaps be willing to receive some displaced persons, but the settlement opportunities are very limited. So this is where the thinking started on what are some other pathways we could offer to allow displaced persons more opportunities to access employment opportunities in their host community or in other destination countries. So it's very good that TBB initiated this thinking and is working with governments like Australia to see how can we provide this opportunity. As you said, it's a choice, but there is clearly also demand for employers, persons who are displaced like any other people. They have talents, they have skills. So let's make most out of that. And how can we match those with opportunities in destination countries, whether Australia or others? So thanks for sharing that, Rachel. Maybe also to hear from the private sector, Adidas. So Sung In, your company has done a lot of efforts to promote the protection of migrant workers and displaced persons. You also highlighted this example in Turkey, where Adidas was actually engaged in advocacy to ensure that displaced persons can also have the right to work. This is really, really fundamental that private sector also contributes to this advocacy. So I was wondering what would be, let's say, your recommendations to your peers, to other companies in terms of what they can do to address, the situations for migrants and displaced persons, and how to better protect them also and offer them, decent work opportunities within, private sector and business supply chains.
I think in terms of key recommendations, I would highlight three based on our experience and certainly based on our partnership with the IOM in expanding our fair and ethical recruitment practices in our supply chain. So the first recommendation, I'll go into these in a bit more detail, but number one is to prioritize and focus. Number two, what I'll call 1 + 1 = 3. And finally, to embed, integrate, and include. So with regards to prioritization, we recognize that we have a large and complex global supply chain, and that alone as a business, we're not able to address all of the potential human rights risks and needs of workers everywhere in our supply chain all at once. And therefore, in terms of developing our own fair and ethical recruitment program, we focused first on identifying and prioritizing, and then subsequently acting on the sort of risk hotspots where migrant workers in our supply chain may have been most vulnerable to forced labor or exploitation during the recruitment process. And we did so by focusing on geographies where we had the largest populations of migrant workers employed by our suppliers, as well as where we had identified gaps and where other perhaps businesses, organizations, industry initiatives were not already taking steps to address some of these issues. So in that, we conducted a global mapping exercise and decided to focus on our tier 2 suppliers in Taiwan for capacity building, as they employ migrant workers from several countries, including Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines, and there were not existing mechanisms in our supply chain at that level to address the needs of migrants. The second recommendation, 1 + 1 = 3, really goes back to my previous comment about the value of collaboration and partnership. And certainly in our partnership with the IOM, we have gained the additional insight and expertise on migration issues and the ability to develop both a fair and ethical recruitment policy, guidelines, and indeed training and capacity building materials for our suppliers. And that included training over 100 tier 2 suppliers across Asia, as well as training over 40 labor recruitment representatives on ethical recruitment principles and our expectations. So collaboration, in my view, is really a key ingredient to ensuring the potential for scale and to address some of these common and shared challenges together. And then finally, to embed, integrate, and include, as we've, I think, spoken through the sessions yesterday, including affected stakeholders and affected rights holders in the conversation is a key component to the success of any program. And so we have done our best to integrate and include worker voice into the design and implementation of these programs, which are designed to support and protect migrant workers. And that's again through reaching migrant workers through surveys, through our grievance mechanisms, and through on-the-ground engagement and interviews with workers. And so through integrating their perspectives and also integrating the subject business practices, so that yes, while we're recognizing the specific needs of migrant workers, we're also building it into our business as usual approach, and with that ensuring that all workers, and certainly migrant workers, are entitled to decent work and no one is in fact left behind.
Thank you for those recommendations from the business point of view, and particularly, the focus on capacity building, training also of suppliers, perhaps as Adidas, as a global brand, you have more capacity, more bandwidth than the smaller, businesses or suppliers here in Asia. And it's good to hear also how we try to trickle that down to the suppliers, and also how to hear the workers' voice, the migrant voice, the refugee voice. It's indeed very important. Now, coming back to the employers and the perspective of the Bangladesh Employer Federation, Farouk, what would be your recommendation? So how can we accelerate transformative change for displaced persons, and what roles could employer federations play in that?
Thank you. First of all, as I already mentioned during my previous speech, that displacement, definitely we cannot, as an employer, we cannot remain silent. We have to cooperate and collaborate hands with all the other stakeholders, ensuring their basic rights, and in case of visible transformation for their better life and livelihoods, we have to consider them as part of the society, as part of the human beings. So from that aspects, providing them with the basic necessities is a fundamental obligations on the part of anyone, be it organizationally from the government or from civil society, from the employers, from all communities from that aspects. And there should be a holistic approach, making a partnership to navigate a proper transformative change from that aspects, and partnership among countries, among regions, among societies, and all other stakeholders to minimize this dreadful situation of the displaced persons. As of today, the total global trade is something around $29 trillion. Even there could be an initiative by the global champions to create a separate fund for the displaced people. Even 0.1% makes about $280 million, something like that. So in a couple of years' time, we could have a huge amount of fund to be utilized for the betterment and upliftment of the displaced persons. However, the displacement takes place because of no choice. These are all thrust upon. Say, for example, the displaced people from the Rakhine state of Myanmar, it was not their choice to come down to Bangladesh. Similarly, the recent incident, the Ukrainian people, they have gone to various other European countries. It was not their choice. They have been forced to leave their countries, otherwise their life is at a stake. So they are under such sort of dreadful situation where the partnership, the collaboration, the cooperation is the only way to move forward. And I must recognize the call made by the United States and also by Australia to take some of the displaced person of Myanmar from Bangladesh to United States and Australia. I would appreciate and aspire that all other capable developed countries also would come forward with similar approaches, so that there could be a win-win partnership in moving forward from that aspect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Great recommendations, and good to hear that employers cannot remain silent. I think we need the employers' voice and support in this debate to look for, the solutions for the displaced persons, which, as you said, maybe part of it can be a financial contribution from the private sector, a fund to support refugees, displaced persons, but also the win-win solution, which I think is what EBB is working on. How can other countries, whether US, Australia, or others, maybe offer opportunities to some of the refugees who are in Bangladesh or other countries of first arrival? But this is something we have to work on. These are solutions we have to tailor, and indeed maybe also more advocacy towards other potential, countries of destination who could provide opportunities to displaced persons. So thank you so much for these recommendations, Farouk. My final question will be for you, Damla, for UNHCR, because of course also UNHCR, you already mentioned that, has worked in partnership with global and local businesses over the years. So I was wondering what you think is now the key in promoting the integration and decent work for refugees in global labor markets, and how best businesses could support this.
Thank you very much, Gertrude. Well, first and foremost, what Farooq has stated is really music to my ears. So I think I found my champion for our advocacy efforts in Bangladesh. So I'll be very happy to follow up with you because, of course, we have two main situations in Asia and the Pacific. The very first one is Bangladesh and Myanmar, like you have stated, and also Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Iran. So we are very happy to work with the private sector, as I've stated, and it's not really a want to have for us, but it's really a must have for us. We need the support of the private sector. And of course, private sector has a lot of responsibility and has a lot of lobbying power, leverage vis-a-vis the governments, as well as their effect on the economies as well. So when we talk about the private sector, we don't only talk about the global brands with whom we collaborate very much, but their supply chains, the chambers, the trade unions, the associations, the confederations, and business associations, just like the Fair Labor Association that you have mentioned, who has been a great partner for us as well. Well, private sector, like I said, is crucial for any country. Of course, they pay the taxes, they create employment, they export, they innovate, they invent as well. Therefore, it is very important for us to be collaborating and have the support of the private sector. And we collaborate with them in many, many ways. The very first one is advocacy that we have been speaking about. And I was very lucky to witness the whole process in Turkey as well. I was very lucky to be part of that process where the private sector really supported us in such a manner that when we organized roundtables together with them, they said to the government, in case of the right to work, if you grant the right to work, we commit that we're going to hire them in our supply chain. And that wasn't really an empty promise because there are labor market gaps in Turkey as well. Even though the unemployment rate is very high, the supply chain of the global brands needed skilled workers as well. Therefore, advocacy was something that we worked together with them. And in the end, in 2016, the 4 million refugees in Turkey have acquired the right to work. It's not a straightforward right to work. They first have to find employment, of course, but they can work formally, they have social protection, and they have rights as well. So that is really a breakthrough for all of us. And I would like to thank the private sector, of course, in person, because Sungbin is here as well with us. And Adidas has really been one of the pioneers. Fair Labor Association, Puma, Adidas, Nike, H&M, all the big brands have really supported us in making this happen. And another example that we have from the region is related to Myanmar, for example. When the violence started, the private sector again sent a letter to the government requesting them to stop the violence, otherwise they would have to stop the commercial activities. And they also kept the internet running, for example, which was a great example for us. And again, the right to work is not granted in this part of the world to many refugees. And you would think actually 11.3 million and 2.4 million is only refugees would not be a very big number. But unfortunately, it's not possible in our part of the world in many, many countries. Therefore, we try to advocate so that refugees can become socioeconomically contributing members of the society as long as they're being hosted in, because we have also research related to the contribution that they make. And as I've stated, the private sector has really been pioneering together with us, accordingly also for the joint skills building programs as well. So we look at what sector is dominant in a particular country, who has skilled worker needs, and then accordingly we carry out joint skills building programs as well. Then facilitation of employment comes in. How do we do that? For example, when we collaborate with Adidas, they invite their supply chain and they say, we give our blessing to refugee employment in the supply chain. UNHCR is going to help you with the partners. They have skilled people. We either carry out the skills building program alone or together with the government, sometimes with the non-governmental organizations, and then we facilitate employment together. And then the third one, we have great examples related to this with H&M, with IKEA, with the global programs, and also, of course, with Fair Labor Association, with Adidas again. Then accordingly, the facilitation of employment leads to self-reliance. So they're not aid dependent anymore, and they can become consumers, they can become taxpayers as well. Then the last component that we work with the private sector is, of course, funds, because we are organizations that need funding to be able to help the people we serve, and private sector also provides these fundings as well. H&M is a wonderful example. I'll wrap up in a second, because when I was leaving, I used to work for Middle East and North Africa and Turkey prior to this position. We were even carrying out awareness raising programs for the peer workers of the refugees and for their managers as well. Therefore, it is very important to keep in mind that the forcibly displaced population is a human capital. They have the skills. We have the Welcome Project in Italy, for example, where they can really become also managers in the companies that they work in. Therefore, of course, we need to support them jointly so that they can really contribute to the countries that they are in as taxpayers, employees, as employers, inventors, innovators. And of course, we cannot do this alone, and we need to do it together for the host community members of those particular countries as well. Therefore, we need to do it together, and we all need your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Damla. I think that's a very good message. We need to support from all stakeholders, whether it's civil society, whether it's private sector, and government, of course. And I think it's very important how you highlighted that the private sector actually has a lot of lobbying power, and they can really support advocacy. For example, in terms of the right to work, which is unfortunately not yet granted to most refugees in this region. I think it's time now to hear from you, our participants in the room. I'm sure you also have reflections, ideas. I know there are also participants online. They're also welcome to post any questions. So I'll open the floor. I see a first hand in the back. I do want to ask you to be brief in your comment or question. Yes, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, my name is Tomoya Obokata. I'm the UN Special Rapporteur on Contemporary Forms of Slavery. Thank you for the insightful panel. I have two quick questions. First of all, many displaced people are fortunate to be in a safe third countries, but let's not forget that many are stuck in camps and settlements. So I just wanted to know, many of them are stuck there for a very long time. So I just wanted to know if there are any role the businesses can play to provide, access to decent work to these people stuck in that kind of environment. And second question is, okay, of all the displaced populations, asylum seekers are particularly vulnerable because of their legal status is uncertain. While their refugee determination is being, conducted, they can be stuck for some time. For example, in the UK, they don't have a right to work until 12 months after they filed a claim, and that happens a lot in Europe. So once again, I wanted to know if there are any good practices in terms of businesses assisting these people who are in that kind of irregular or uncertain situation. Thank you very much.
Very, very good question. Thank you. Indeed, unfortunately, many displaced persons are still stuck in refugee camps. How can they access decent work? What can the private sector do there? Who would like to respond to this? Yeah, Rachel.
Yeah, thank you. Great questions. I'll answer first from the perspective of TBB, and then from the perspective of what I've heard from some of our partners. So TBB, actually, to your first point about people who've been stuck for a very long time in really difficult ongoing situations, that's exactly where we see that we can add value, because we are looking for groups that don't already have another solution in the region, frankly. You only want to put international movement, potentially to a global north country on the table if there isn't something viable nearby. And so we do a lot of outreach in those environments, in camps, in settlements, through partners, publicizing a database that we use to register displaced talent. We kind of think of it as LinkedIn for refugees. And so by all means, those populations are very much included in the TBB model. A question we sometimes hear is about remote work. This is not an area where TBB is active, but I do want to flag it because it's something that often comes up in these discussions. So more and more, especially in the post-COVID environment, companies are making it possible for workers to engage in either short-term or long-term work remotely. And that's often a very good solution, especially for people who are in limbo, as you've rightly identified. It could be an asylum seeker in the UK. It could be Ukrainians in Europe who have temporary protection, aren't sure what the future holds, may or may not have the option to go back at some point, but aren't looking for that long-term move. So we've been excited to see employers offering that as an option in many cases, Again, it's not what TPP does, but in the interests of broadening this ecosystem so that there are more options on the table for more kinds of people, it's a great thing.
Thank you, Rachel. I think Farouk, you wanted to?
No, just a quick example what that we are trying to do in Bangladesh with the displaced person of Myanmar. The government has found out a better place for them for their accommodation. So government has constructed, with the support of other donor countries, government has constructed separate accommodations for them with the basic amenities of living, children's education, and some of the skills development program there. So there has been an ecosystem being tried to develop within their community so that they can have their day-to-day livelihood within themselves. Because of other certain sensitivity and political reasons, they have not been able to be merged with the local community, which requires a separate discussion or consideration maybe. So that's how we are trying our best, and lots of people are extending their hands in order to uplift their life and livelihood. Thank you.
Just to contribute to what my colleagues have stated as well, of course, ultimately, what we would like them to have is to go out and to be included in the society and work like everybody else and have formal employment opportunities. But as you know, we manage the camps, and that's a totally different, of course, component of, huge component of UNHCR's work. And we do that together with the government of Bangladesh and with IOM also in some of the camps. So what we do is, in case we need to, of course, operate within a parallel universe, then we create that parallel universe, because people need to be, of course, working to become productive, etc. So we have workshops inside where we really produce products that can be sold outside if the government allows, of course. Currently, we have a project with a very big global brand as well. We haven't declared it yet, so I'm not going to articulate the name, but it's really a global brand that is supporting us to, of course, advocate together and to improve those workshops so that we can simulate a regular factory environment, so that in case, hopefully, ultimately, if the right to work is granted, they can really go out and work. We have volunteering opportunities, we have cash for work opportunities. We would like them to become entrepreneurs as well, so we give them self-employment training together with some grants as well. And as Faruk has stated, we are working very extensively on Bashan Char, because of course they're allowed to work there and carry out commercial activities. I was there on mission for a long time, so we are coming up with opportunities even though they are in the camps, but ultimately, of course, for us, we would love them to be included in the society so that they can really contribute in the way that they can optimally do. Thank you.
Thank you. I think these are very good examples of what can be done even for those displaced persons who are still in the camps, and how also private sector employers, businesses can support. Any other questions from the room? Yes, in front here.
This is a question for Miss Adidas. Sorry, the name again
Zoom
is...
in.
All right. Of course, we know that it's very difficult to be displaced, and nobody wants to go through that kind of experience, especially more difficult to regain a normal life. You mentioned earlier about the assessment of risk of employing them, but you did not say what kind of risk that you need to assess in order to employ them. Are you thinking of risk by the fact that you might be illegally employing them, which has a consequence to labor laws of the country or immigration laws of that particular country? Or is it risk about your company being able to be penetrated by possible terrorists? We don't know, but it could be a pathway, right? Or then it could be a risk to national security. So this is my first question, because you did not mention any of this risk. Second one, how do you balance normal recruitment process as against this displaced recruitment process? A lot of people will go through the process in their home country in order to go to another country to work. And also at the destination country of their employment, they have to, again, to go through a lot of legal process, documentary evidence and all that. And now here you are, you're skipping all that. So in order to employ these displaced people, so aren't you discriminating against those who go through the normal process? So as a company, where is your stand? I mean, it's not easy to get a working visa to go to America or even Europe. I mean, we all know that, right? But people go through that process. And then next thing, how do you strike the balance of your company's social responsibility as against the economic purpose of your existence? I do not know what benefit do you get from getting these displaced workers? Are you paying them less? I would like to know. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. I think part of the question is definitely for Adidas, but I would also ask Rachel to respond in terms of, creating these specific visas for displaced talents and what with the other people who are also struggling, to access legal pathways for labor migration. I did see 2 other hands, so perhaps we'll take those questions and then we give response, if that's okay. I believe you had a question. Yes.
Thank you very much for a nice presentation. So when we are talking about the challenges, the first challenges is the identity issues of migrant workers or displaced persons. Can societies, governments, employers provide the identity to the employers or the workers? Is the first prime questions, and it is very difficult to provide access to medical assistance and schools without identity. So it is very difficult, and you know that recognitions of the society and recognitions with equal dignity to all people is also a kind of challenges, I would like to say. So another is the getting the social security packages is very difficult to the migrant workers or the displaced persons around the world. So I would like to say that is there any mechanism within the employers that oversight mechanisms? So they are maintain the whole human rights within the process, like that the equal payment, equal treatment, and all the things in the whole process. One question. So when you talk about the solutions, there is no doubt that multi-stakeholders should be engaged in the process, like governments, employers, private sectors, civil societies, even the villagers, the community. So I would like to say that UNHRC Nepal has a MOU with destinations countries like Qatar, Malaysia, that the national institutions can regularly monitor whether it is insured or not. So we can have such an experience that if not maintained the equal treatment, UNHRC and even the within the institutions, government agency can regular monitor and then provide justice to the victims who has not been treated equally. So I would like to say one more things that how about the undocumented migrant workers? We are talking about the documented migrant workers, very, very challenges that undocumented migrant workers faces. Are you equal to do you equally treat the undocumented migrant workers in your companies? Thank you.
Thank you for this question, which are 2 questions, one linked to the identity issues and a second one linked to equal treatment. I will take one more question from the floor before we give the answers. Yes, please. Yeah.
ขอใช้ล่ามนะครับ
Can I kindly ask you to be brief so we make sure our panel can still respond?
ครับผมเกรียงไกรชีช่วงนะครับเป็นเครือข่ายชนเผ่าพื้นเมืองแห่งประเทศไทยนะครับอยู่ภาคตะวันตกของประเทศไทยนะครับผมอยากจะได้ข้อมูลความชัดเจนเพิ่มเติมนิดหนึ่งเกี่ยวกับแรงงานเนี่ยครอบคลุมธุรกิจเกษตรวิชนหรือว่าแรงงานเนี่ยครอบคลุมไปถึงกลุ่มเปราะบางกลุ่มชายขอบคนไร้บ้านต่างๆมากขนาดไหนนะครับเพราะว่า สิ่งที่มีวิทยากรด้านบนบอกว่าทุกคนเนี่ยสามารถมีศักยภาพมีความสามารถแล้วก็สามารถสร้างนวัตกรรมได้เหมือนกันเนี่ยผมก็คิดว่าพี่น้องเราซึ่งเป็นคนใช้ขอบเป็นคนเปราะบางตรงเนี้ยก็มีศักยภาพเหมือนกันอันนี้อยากจะขอความชัดเจนเหตุผลหนึ่งเพราะว่าพวกเราไม่ได้ย้ายถิ่นแต่พวกเราต้องการอยู่ที่เดิมแต่นโยบายรัฐที่ผ่านเรื่องของธุรกิจการท่องเที่ยวหรือเขื่อนหรือภาคช่วงชิงทรัพยากรเนี่ยไปมีก็เรียกว่าไปมีพลังในการทำให้การเมืองหรือว่านโยบายรัฐเนี่ยไปช่วงชิงพื้นที่ของพี่น้องนะครับอย่างแกร่งกระจานเนี่ยตอนนี้ประกาศเป็นมรดกโลกแล้วเนี่ยพี่น้องไม่ต้องการย้ายถิ่นครับพี่น้องจะต้องการกลับไปที่ถิ่นแต่ตอนนี้จะถูกให้ย้ายไปอยู่ในคุกในเรือนจำนะครับอันนี้ก็คือประเด็นที่หนึ่งนะครับส่วนที่สองก็คือว่าความเข้าใจเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของธุรกิจต่างๆที่เข้าไปเนี่ยภาพใหญ่เนี่ยครับธุรกิจเกษตรสิทธิมนุษยชนเนี่ยถ้าต้องการไม่ให้พวกเราใช้ทรัพยากรที่เอาไว้เพื่อโลกต่างๆเหล่านี้แล้วเศรษฐกิจหรือว่าความมั่นคงทางด้านรายได้ของเราอ่ะมันคืออะไรเพราะว่าเมื่อรัฐแย่งชิงไปรัฐก็ไม่ได้ให้อะไรกับพวกเราและพวกเราก็จะอยู่ไม่ได้อย่างเงี้ยครับใช้ทรัพยากรป่าไม้ได้น้อยลงใช้การดำเนินชีวิตก็ยากลำบากน้อยลงลูกหลานที่ไหลออกมาในเมืองเนี่ยก็ไม่มีความมั่นคงถ้าจะมีการท่องเที่ยวเข้าไปอยู่ใกล้กับชุมชนบ้างก็เบียดบางพื้นที่ให้เราไปเป็นแรงงานที่ราคาถูกแล้วก็ต้องไปอยู่ในภาคบริการที่มีความเสี่ยงในคุณภาพชีวิตอื่นๆอย่างเงี้ยครับอันเนี้ยก็อยากจะให้ช่วยถามแล้วก็พวกเราเองก็ไม่ถึงกับเป็นแรงงานที่ย้ายถิ่นแต่เราปักหลักในที่เดิมของเราแต่เราถูก
Can you
เข้าไปแย่ง
conclude
ชิง
your question? Otherwise, we cannot answer, I'm afraid.
ครับโอเคครับขอบคุณครับผม
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm just looking at the time, and I think we have only 1 minute to give the answers to these 4 questions. I'll ask each of you to respond in 1 minute so we can end our session on time. I think, Sung-in, there was a question for you, if you would like to respond.
Yes, so I'm not sure I can address all of your points in this short amount of time, but I would like to respond to your point about risk, because Adidas for the past 20 years in building our human rights and labor rights program in our supply chain has focused on integrating the UN guiding principles and the principles of human rights due diligence, which defines risk as not risk to business, but risk to the people who are affected by our business and our operations, the risk to infringement on their human rights. And so when I speak about risk in my comments, and I apologize I didn't clarify this, I'm speaking not about the risks to us as a business, but what are the risks to the migrant workers in terms of seeking decent work, in terms of protecting them from exploitation and situations of forced labor. So really that's our view. And so in addressing the risks, we are looking to identify those areas where we might have the largest flows of migrant workers, and therefore where we would need to put better protection systems in place to make sure that workers are not at risk of having their fundamental human rights infringed upon. Secondly, just very quickly in terms of balance and the mix of employment contexts where we have both foreign migrant workers and local workers. Certainly when we did this global mapping of our footprint and the migration flows, we did look at those sectors and those countries where, for a number of reasons, inherently the sector is largely dependent on foreign migrant workers. So this is, for example, garment manufacturing in Jordan, in Mauritius, certain sectors in Thailand, and then, as I've mentioned, our program focused on Taiwan. So in these contexts, our production and our suppliers' activities depend on foreign migrant workers, and that has been historically the basis for employment in those areas. And so it's not necessarily preferring or preferential treatment or employment of foreign migrant workers versus local, but it is just the nature of the sector in those geographies. And then I think it goes without saying that regardless of the context and regardless of the employee, whether it's a migrant worker or a locally employed worker, we have very clear standards of employment when it comes to non-discrimination, equal treatment, and basic protections of the kind of core ILO rights that have been outlined in the core convention. questions. So I believe I'll stop there as we're
Thank
short
you.
on time.
Thank you, Sung-in. I also wanted to ask Rachel perhaps for a quick response on this question linked to, yes, dedicated visas or pathways for displaced talents, but what about the others who also have difficulties accessing, legal labor migration pathways and often move irregularly? Rachel, any reflection?
Yes, these are great questions. I just want to assure you that it's a normal recruitment process from the employer perspective. In fact, we tell employers not to make any special exceptions. Don't do this from a charitable perspective because it won't work. We say just consider this additional talent pool. Once you've done that, it's a completely normal HR process. In terms of who we work with, they have to be displaced across international borders already. So it's not an incentive to sign up for a program from your home. It's a solution for those who have already been displaced. It's not that the documentary requirements are waived, it's that there are alternative solutions. So if you don't have a passport, we work with embassies to facilitate one-time travel documents, for example. And I can assure you that that is just as arduous as getting a passport. It's simply that it's feasible for this population. As for what's in it for employers, everything. They are desperate for talent. We work with a lot of employers who are already recruiting internationally. So they're very accustomed to doing this because the domestic talent simply isn't there. I can tell you that countries the world over want software engineers. In Australia, if you're a dairy farmer, you will also get a job with no problems. There are all kinds of talent gaps, and employers are very, very keen to identify those people who can fill them. They are required through our program to pay what we would call a ward wage, so there is no question of paying them less.
Thank you for responding on that, as well as on the equal treatment, equal payment. I will ask Damla to maybe clarify on this question linked to identity issues, and then we'll go to Farouk for the final response.
Let me respond to your question related to the identity. Well, first and foremost, of course, being a migrant and a refugee are totally different legal statuses for us. Therefore, it's very important to understand what the legal status of that person is, because a migrant has a choice usually for us, of course, because of various reasons which we acknowledge. But for us, we have to have founded fear, and they need to be really escaping from war. They need to be forcibly displaced according to the standards that we have. And there's the big 1951 convention, where states are either signatory or preparatory parties to the convention, and then there are the local laws as well, so the national legislation. Well, the first step is, of course, registration with us, be it the umbrella law like temporary regulation in Turkey, because there was an influx of 4 million people where they can fall under that umbrella, and then registration takes place by the government. Or it can be individual assessment of the asylum, where we really determine whether that person is entitled to asylum. That's another procedure as well. Therefore, the first step for us is to have them registered. It can be either an identity card issued by UNHCR together with the government, or UNHCR alone acknowledged by the government, or by the government itself. Therefore, of course, in order to access services, this is the very first step. And we always work together with the government to facilitate this. And registration is the first step related to social protection as well. When they have, of course, these rights and the ability, the registration, the status determined, then the ultimate objective for us is to make sure that they can work in a decent manner, access formal employment opportunities, and to also access social protection. And related to the colleague who was talking about their own issues, the internally displaced, stateless, whatever the status is, I'm sure our colleagues are doing their best to address those as well if they're acknowledged. Thank you.
Thank you, Damla. So I'll now invite Farouk for the final response.
Thank you. I'll just take 1 minute. In regards to Madam's question, Madam, it's a huge challenge for a government when the displaced community upsets the local community. Say like we have 1.2 million displaced persons from Myanmar. The local community is less than 500,000. So it's a huge challenge for a sitting government to take a proper decision from that aspect. So I don't explain further. Sir, in terms of what already Dimla explained, there are theme differences between migration and displacement. Of course, I understand that the undocumented migrant workers also should enjoy the rights and privileges. But then definitely there are things to be done for them. But then the reality is something different, which you already know. In terms of registration, yes, it is done. In all cases, some records are being kept in. So in terms of your question, particularly indigenous community, definitely I do endorse whatever that you have made, but there are other international tools, norms, and conventions working on that. I think definitely the local government or as well as the international community has a role to play in that. But then we are sorry what that you have mentioned about the ground situation. Thank you so much to everyone.
No, it is me to thank all the panelists. It was an excellent discussion, and of course to thank the participants for listening, for participating, for sharing your views. It was really a pleasure to be here with you today. I think we'll have a coffee break now, and then we'll reconvene for the next session. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Miss Sarah, could we test your connection, your microphone and your camera, please? Could you please turn on your camera and your mic?
Hello, oh, just a second. I've turned on my microphone, but it's telling me that I can't start my video because the host has stopped it.
We will have the host change the settings. Just a second.
Okay. Okay, is that working for you?
Okay, good morning. Yes, we can see you.
Good. And can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. We can see you clearly. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you. Could we also test Dominique's microphone and camera, please? Could you please turn on your camera and your microphone, speak a few words?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Test, test.
We can see you clearly. We can hear you clearly too.
Great.
So, okay, we are ready. Thank you very much.
Good morning, participants and colleagues. We will begin the panel shortly. So maybe 1 more minute and we will begin the panel. Participants, colleagues, on behalf of the co-hosts of this session, UN Environment Programme, UN ESCAP, and UN Human Rights, I'm delighted to welcome you to this session on plastic circularity through responsible business conduct to realize the right to a healthy environment. Thank you very much for joining us. Plastic waste and pollution are threatening ecosystems and livelihoods across Asia. Increasing volumes of plastic waste have led to environmental, social, and health impacts, particularly for vulnerable communities. Asia is both a hotspot for plastic pollution as well as a range of innovative measures designed to curb plastic pollution. Businesses are increasingly finding innovative ways to reduce plastic waste and transition to a more resource-efficient and circular economy, while new solutions are evolving to improve collection, recycling, and capture of plastic waste leakage. The protection of the environment and ecosystems, of course, contributes to the fulfillment of human rights and human well-being, including health, safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, an adequate standard of living, and decent work. And these interlinkages between the environment and human rights have been clearly demonstrated throughout the forum so far. In moving towards circular value chains for plastics, business strategies should be informed by holistic assessments of social and environmental impacts across value chains, factoring in the rights and gender dimensions in both challenges and opportunities. A systemic approach to achieving a more sustainable value chain can contribute to building more prosperous and resilient economies and inclusive societies. So today, in this panel, we are exploring what a rights-based approach to the plastic value chain looks like, and we are discussing what actions are needed to help businesses, governments, and communities shift away from business as usual to inclusive, circular, and more sustainable and resource-efficient plastics economy. Today, we're going to hear from a panel of 6 experts. I am joined by representatives from academia, from business, and from civil society. We have 4 panelists here in the room, and we're joined by 2 panelists remotely. So these panelists are Sarah Sack from the Schulich School of Law, Dalhousie University, Nat Achichatkan, who is the CEO of Trash Lucky. I'm joined by Mr. Vivek Sisla, who is the Beauty and Wellbeing R&D Head from Southeast Asia Unilever, from Aratai Nok Pongratam, who is from the Thai Environment Foundation, Dominic Thompson from the Environmental Justice Foundation, and Dr. Napon Popattanchai from Thammasat University Faculty of Law. I'm going to address a question to each of our speakers, and I'm going to kindly and perhaps forcefully if I need to, ask them to stick to a maximum of 10 minutes to try and allow time for questions and discussion in the room as well. So with that, let us first commence the panel, and I want to turn to Sarah. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us, especially at the difficult hours that you are connecting. Sarah, can you please provide an overview of the human rights-based approach to the plastics value chain? How can training for actors in the plastics value chain support business action to realize the right to a healthy environment? Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you very much, Georgina, for that kind introduction. And I should note that my internet connection may be unstable. I hope it isn't, and I will continue. So with regard to the human rights-based approach, the work that I have been doing has involved supervising a team of researchers at Dalhousie University to develop trainings on a human rights-based approach to the plastic value chain as part of the Sea Circular initiative on reducing marine litter by addressing the management of the plastic value chain in Southeast Asia. So from our perspective, the critical first step to overcoming the plastics challenge is to understand the impacts at each stage of the plastic life cycle. Actors often focus on the waste management and disposal stages, and so fail to fully grapple with the human rights impacts arising at each stage. In our trainings, we draw upon reports by the UN Environment Programme, as well as the 2021 report on plastics by the Special Rapporteur on Toxic Substances, to clarify the impacts at each stage through a human rights lens. So beginning with extraction and refinement of fossil fuels, this is the first stage of the linear cycle for 99% of current virgin plastics. And local environmental justice issues, as well as global climate justice issues and associated human rights abuses, are well known in relation to the extraction of fossil fuels. Yet this stage and these impacts are often not thought of as connected to the plastics challenge. Production is the second stage of the linear cycle and contributes to air, water, and soil pollution, creating toxic places where people work, live, and play. And without effective environmental regulation, this leads to violations of the human rights of workers, communities, and children, among others. The addition of toxic chemical additives and microplastics during the production stage can exacerbate these impacts. But the production stage offers immense opportunities to reduce harmful plastics through product design and reduction or elimination of plastic packaging, for example. Transportation is the third stage of the linear cycle and was widely ignored until the MV Express Pearl sank and released millions of plastic pellets, contaminating fisheries and marine life along the Sri Lankan coastline. This and commonplace smaller scale incidents violate rights to healthy and sustainable fisheries and healthy ecosystems and biodiversity, among others. Use, consumption, and waste generation is often seen as the fourth stage of the plastic cycle. Consumers experience daily exposure to toxic compounds in plastics through skin contact and ingestion of microplastics and toxics in water and the food chain, as well as through packaging contact. Low-income communities may be marketed low-quality plastics that disproportionately expose them to toxic effects. And women are often disproportionately impacted when plastics act as endocrine disruptors. But again, attention to product design can reduce both the amount of plastics in the use stage, as well as their toxic impacts on human rights. The waste management stage receives the most attention due to statistics that suggest only 9% of plastics are effectively recycled. Waste management raises key concerns for informal sector waste pickers, often women and children, who play a key role in global plastics recycling efforts, yet are particularly vulnerable to health risks and human rights harms. This may be due to a lack of access to protective gear, but more broadly, to a failure to ensure these crucial workers have access to sustainable livelihoods. And furthermore, there's a concern that current plastics recycling practices risk concentrating toxic additives, generating new hazardous products that further violate rights to health and a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And finally, there's the disposal stage of the linear plastic cycle. Due to a failure to adopt circular product design and a lack of support for viable recycling processes, a large percentage of plastics are either put in landfill, dumped, leaked into nature, or incinerated, including, I should note, those illegally exported into Asia. Each of these pose severe risks to local community health, whether due to dangerous emissions from landfill, air pollution, or contamination of the marine environment, including through breakdown into microplastics, which then make their way back up the food chain and are ingested by coastal communities dependent upon local fisheries for food. This is all to say that all stages of the plastics life cycle must be understood through a human rights lens. You also asked whether the training of actors in the plastic value chain is crucial to support business action to realize the right to a healthy environment. And this has very much been the focus of our trainings. The trainings we've developed are informed by a theory of change, which aims through knowledge and awareness to make businesses and governments into change agents who view environmental human rights defenders and workers, among others, as allies in the transition to a toxic-free circular economy. So we've developed 3 training modules. The first explores the human rights impacts at each stage of the linear plastic cycle, as I've just briefly described. The second stage the second training module introduces the component parts of the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as a framework for deeper understanding of plastics harms, while the third module introduces the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights and related tools, including the work of the UN Global Compact, the OECD, and the ILO. The aim here is to reveal opportunities for businesses and governments to develop critical understandings of responsible business plastic action. And importantly, through collaboration with the UN Environment Program and local stakeholders in Indonesia and the Philippines, we've also developed an integrated local case studies that encourage reflection upon the trainings in specific case contexts. I'll briefly note that a crucial learning from Module 2 is the interdependence of the component parts of the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. The right may be understood substantively as guaranteeing rights to clean air, clean water, a safe climate, non-toxic places to live, work, and play, healthy and sustainable food systems, and healthy ecosystems and biodiversity. And I note that the current and previous Special Rapporteur on the Environment have clarified the content of each of these components of the right in numerous recent reports. However, substantive rights are only likely to be effective if procedural rights are also guaranteed. And this is well elaborated in the 2018 Framework Principles on Human Rights and the Environment. These include rights to information, impact assessment and precaution, as well as freedom of expression and association, and rights to participate in environmental decision-making, and to free, prior, and informed consent for local and Indigenous communities, as well, ultimately, as the right of access to justice in the event of harm. Crucially, the work of environmental human rights defenders must be supported, and the responsibility to do so rests with both governments and businesses. And the third component of the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is the importance of cross-cutting attention to equity and vulnerability. And this includes intersectional attention to the rights of women and gender diverse persons, those living in poverty, marginalized and racialized communities, as well as the disabled, elderly, and especially children. And workers, whether formal or informal, also have cross-cutting rights protections that should be understood through an intersectional lens. These rights and their interdependence are relevant to each stage of the plastics life cycle and should inform decisions around product design as much as waste management and disposal. Now, I'll briefly note that the third module delves into the UN Guiding Principles and related guidance, including clarifications from the work of the working group, such as the Gender Lens report, as well as the guidance on ensuring respect for human rights defenders. And I note this report calls for states and businesses to view human rights defenders as allies and experts in protecting people and the planet. The UN Global Compact offers its 10 principles as well as new sustainable oceans principles. And the OECD's responsible business conduct tools and risk-based due diligence framework is very useful as well. We draw learnings on chapters on disclosure, the environment, employment, and industrial relations, as well as consumer interests, among others. And we also consider the ILO's decent work and just transition agendas, which view workers as agents of change in the transition to sustainable economies. This third module provides businesses with the human rights due diligence tools essential to enable respect for the component parts of the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And we use case studies to illustrate how these learnings can be applied in product design, waste management, and disposal, and more generally, how to align circularity and supply chains with human rights due diligence. We also consider emerging developments that anticipate liability and accountability for plastic harms. And we ground all of these in case studies, including on topics such as plastic credits, the sachet economy, and waste incineration. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share this, and I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And you've really well demonstrated the clear linkages between human rights and each of those stages of the plastics value chain and across the plastics cycle as well. And the importance of looking at cross-cutting vulnerabilities and ensuring that the procedural elements of the right to a healthy environment are upheld when looking at a human rights-based approach to plastics. You also mentioned some interesting statistics that only 9% of plastics are actually recycled, and the importance of organizations that are working to establish sustainable livelihoods in the informal recycling sector, which leads me perfectly to our next speaker, Nat. So Nat, as a business operating within the Thai recycling industry, how are you supporting responsible business practices and plastic circularity?
Thank you, Georgina, and good morning, everybody. So Trash Lucky supports plastic circularity by building a smart recycling bin infrastructure that connects post-consumable recyclables with independent waste collector. So by recycling into the smart bin, consumer earns lucky draw tickets to win exciting prizes like gold and shopping vouchers. And when the bin is full, it will alert our partner waste collector to come and collect and buy the deposit recyclables. So it's basically a two-sided market. On the one side, there's consumers. And if you live in Thailand, you know that Thai people love lucky draw. 20 million Thais spend 8.3 billion US dollar a year on the lottery. And that's only the legal lottery alone. So if you count for the illegal one, that number is probably higher. But however, they don't like to sort waste. So we're basically gamifying it. We're using big lucky draw prizes as incentive for people to recycle. Now, on the other side, there's informal waste collector who basically drive around the city announcing on loudspeaker that they're looking to buy recyclables without knowing the volume or where exactly the materials are ahead of time. So our smart bin basically allows them to know exactly when to go, how much materials to be collected, and where exactly to go to. So therefore, saving them time, saving them gas money, and therefore increasing their profit. So basically, we're trying to formalize the informal recycling infrastructure here across Southeast Asia. Now, as for supporting responsible business practice, Trash Lucky has become a voluntary EPR platform for brands to support the 3 R's: education and incentivize consumers to recycle. We have worked with brands such as SIG Combi Block to run school recycling program and recycle UHT cartons. We've worked with Thai unions to run office recycling programs and convert PET bottles into PPEs that were donated to healthcare workers. And Coca-Cola, whom we're now working with for a second year to give away 2 million baht worth of prizes for lucky consumers who recycle with the 6-month campaign. So basically, you can win iPhones, you can win gold, like you can actually convert recyclables like plastic bottles, milk bottles, milk jugs, all these things can actually now be converted into gold. So trash to gold, literally. And all those things will be recycled and of course, like supporting the Thailand's bio-circular and green economy as well.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Nat. And I was mentioning to Nat that one of the Trash Lucky recycling bins is actually located at my daughter's school. And so I have participated, not won anything yet. And so now we want to turn to a different scale, I guess, of work in the private sector, and to Vivek, who is the Wellbeing R&D Head of Southeast Asia for Unilever. What would be, in your opinion, the most impactful interventions at corporate level and at the policy level in Thailand and ASEAN that will make the most impact in creating circular plastics economies? Over to you, Vivek.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Georgina. Thank you for the opportunity. A quick introduction to Unilever. Hopefully, most of you know us. Our products reach about 3.5 billion consumers every day. We work with 1.8 million retailers and small shoppers. We work with 800,000 farmers, small farmers around the world, which is to say that we have a wide footprint, which is an opportunity and a responsibility for us. Our corporate purpose is to make sustainable living commonplace. And as part of our corporate purpose, we've taken far-reaching, ambitious goals and made commitments on environmental pollution, on water quality, air quality, and also on plastics. We can look at the plastics problem in different ways. Today, I want to focus on one way of looking at the plastics problem, which is to say that plastic waste, according to one report, has about $60 billion worth of value, which is untapped. If we could recover value from plastic waste, Kun Nat talked about plastic gold, converting to gold. It can pay for not only the entire circular economy that we want to build, but also ensure the right kind of human rights and dignity in the process. Unilever is fully committed to the UN guidelines on human rights. We publish an annual report talking about not only our steps towards compliance, but also proactive measures to go beyond. In terms of plastics, what commitments have we made? So in simple terms, we have two major commitments. The first is to reduce our virgin plastic footprint by 50% by the year 2025. This is a tough ask. I work in research and development, and my teams are working feverishly over the next couple of years to try and meet these targets. We also have a second goal, which is to collect and process more plastic than we put out into the environment, because we want to create essentially a circular by design solution that covers both the plastic management within our system, but also outside our system. What have we done so far in the last few years in terms of plastic? So we have a program called Less Plastic, Better Plastic, and No Plastic. As part of this program, we try and use less plastic by design at the beginning of every project that we undertake. And our goal is at least 15% reduction by direct plastic reduction design. The second area is use of better plastic, or let's say post-consumer recycled plastic in our packaging. We are the first company in Southeast Asia to have used recycled plastics, at least 25% in a lot of our personal care and home care brands. So brands like Breeze, brands like Sunlight, Dove, Sunsilk, all carry a certain content of recycled plastic already over the last couple of years. We would like to expand and accelerate this further. The other step we are taking is doing a lot of pilot models at this stage on what we call no plastic or minimal plastic systems,
which includes refill models in Southeast Asia and other parts of the world. So that's a bit of our progress on the plastic reduction journey. On the collection side, we are also doing several pilots around the world on looking at different collection models that we can scale up in partnership with other agencies and our peer groups. For example, in India, we have a collection pilot with the UNDP, which is doing about 5,000 tons of plastic per year, which also has a part of the program to improve the livelihoods and the lives of waste pickers involved in the process. So this is a joint collaborative project. We are learning a lot from it. We intend to do more in Bangladesh after this and in other parts of the world. That's one example. In Thailand, we're working with the private-public partnership to do collection pilots with the right health and hygiene aspects covered as part of the collection process. So this is some of the progress we are making as one company, as Unilever, along with our partners. But how can we accelerate this and make a much bigger impact? We're working with all the partners in the multi-stakeholder ecosystem. Our view is this. We already have the beginnings of policy development in Southeast Asia under different types of EPR policies in each country, so extended producer responsibilities. We feel that this can be, along with the right regulatory framework, help drive a circular economy in a shorter time frame. How would we go about doing it? There are some key elements to how we should approach the EPR and the regulations. In our view, the first thing is to look at it as extended participant responsibility, which means every participant in the value chain of plastic contributes to the EPR system. So involvement of all players is important. The second thing there is that we need to have physical investment in infrastructure for collection and sorting. One of our big learnings has been, even as we try to increase recycled content of plastic in our products, the availability of the right infrastructure and the ease for consumers to go and access it is critical to bringing circularity to scale. Part of this actually is to harmonize systems. The number of bins we use, the kind of bins that we use, the technology used, for example, QR codes to let consumers know where the nearest collection points are, or in fact, the underlying IT systems that manage the entire material flow. There's great opportunity to harmonize, and we believe that harmonization will drive scale. Kun Nat talked about the informal sector. We think that's critical. The informal sector does a lot of plastic collection, but is not fully regulated, is not fully transparent. How can we include the informal sector in the EPR policy by design? The second part is the regulations. So what kind of regulatory frameworks would need to be in place to drive a more effective and scaled up EPR? The first, of course, is minimum participation by all players, as I mentioned, but also minimum infrastructure development for collection points, sorting points, and the right licenses in place. The second is what we call eco-modulation, essentially saying that if you have more environmental friendly packaging, for example, your packaging is 100% recyclable or uses recycled content, then there's an incentive for that, or a disincentive for not having eco-friendly packaging as part of the EPR fee structure. We also believe that a minimum mandatory 25% post-consumer recycled content will help both in two ways. One is to drive greater acceptance of PCR. Very few players using PCR right now in Southeast Asia. The second is also that the incentive scheme along with it will allow for the right kind of investments in infrastructure to be able to allow participants to create more eco-design products. The third step for us would be that we have essentially new business models. I talked a bit about refill systems. We can also talk about concentrates, for example. The technologies here are improving a lot. How can we have the right regulatory framework that allows use of more concentrate products and refill systems in Thailand and other countries with a framework that allows acceleration of this process? And finally, I think it's important to include the informal sector and have the right transparency of data collection to the entire process of EPR. So in summary, if I may share our views, what we believe is that we have learned a lot in the process by making commitments voluntarily and going after them with rigor. In this process, we have learned a lot of things, both technically and infrastructure-wise. We are open to sharing our learnings with our partners and the ecosystem outside. In this case, there's nothing proprietary. It is how we can work together to make it bigger. The second part is that we need to come together. The EPR process is starting in most countries. it's a great opportunity for all of us together to drive it towards the right conclusion, which is investment in the infrastructure for collection and sorting and the right regulatory framework through eco-modulation. So those are our starting thoughts. Happy to take your questions. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Vivek. And so we have heard from a representative from SMEs and from larger multinational corporations about steps that they are taking to address the interlinkages between human rights, responsible business conduct across the different steps of the plastics cycle. And you spoke about the regulatory framework and how Unilever has taken a number of voluntary measures and has sought to move towards these with some vigor, but also that there is a need for minimum participation and perhaps moving beyond voluntary measures within the regulatory framework. And this is a theme that has come up a number of times throughout the forum. So now I'm going to turn to the colleagues on my right. And Nok, coming from the Thailand Environment Institute Foundation, and the work that you have done, the significant work that you have done in this field, how do you think businesses can incorporate due diligence processes and responsible supply chain management to enhance circularity in the plastic sector and to limit the impacts of plastic waste on vulnerable communities?
Thank you, Georgina, for the question, and good morning to my panel members here and the colleague in this conference room, and also hello to the participant from who participate at this event virtually. So before getting started, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce Thailand Business Council for Sustainable Development, or TBCSD. TBCSD was established in 1993, almost 30 years ago, by Thailand leader on sustainable businesses. And we work on aiming to support the Thailand government on the implementing sustainable policy and also promote sustainable business practice among the members and also business sector in the country. TBCSD is secretariat by TEI, or Thailand Environment Institute, which is a non-profit, non-government organization. And TEI is also ranked among the world top think tank on environmental policy as well. So TEI has been provided secretariat support to TBCSD and implement TBCSD initiative. Currently, we have about 43 members companies in Thailand, and we also associate and work closely to enhance our impact by working with our collaborative partners, which include the Federation of Thai Industry, the Thailand Industry of Commerce, Stock Exchange of Thailand, the Securities and Exchange Commission, and also Thailand Greenhouse Gas Management Organization. So we try to work to maximize our impact with our partner in the country and also with the experts from around the world. And our initiative now is on climate change, plastic and electronic waste management. We also work on addressing biodiversity issue and PM 2.5, which is air pollution that we're facing in Thailand, and it's impact the sustainability of the country. In addition, TBCSD also work with to engage youth in policy implementation and also policy development through our Youth Empowering Initiative. So one of the examples that I would like to share regarding this value chain and then due diligence process that we integrated is will be under one of our initiative on PPP plastic. So PPP plastic in Thailand, which is a public-private partnership, was initiated in 2018 by TBCSD and also the Federation of Thai Industry. We have another set of about 40 members working together. You know, our members are the private sector who are the initial donors to provide funding and human resources to the project. And also we have the government partners, academic institute, and also organization and international organization as well. So through PPP Plastic, we try to help Thailand to address this sustainable plastic waste management. We also want to help Thailand reduce the marine plastic debris by 50% within 2030. So that is pretty ambitious goal. To do that, you know, we cover our work in terms of policy development. PPP Plastic has been actively engaged in the plastic roadmap development at the beginning. Everyone know in 2018, Thailand has announced a plastic roadmap, which we have a private sector and public-private organization involved in that. We also help with policy monitoring and evaluation as well, and the implementation. So we extend this network on the policy. We also try to create circular economy infrastructure model. So the government or responsible organization can see that this circular economy infrastructure can actually work in Thailand. And we work on awareness raising and education. We work on fundraising. We also funding to work on plastic project in Thailand. We also work on database as well, because it's very important to know what we achieve in terms of scientific-based information. So those are the key area, and one of our the initiative that very ambitious as well, that we try to create a big city model. So we choose 2 big cities in Thailand, Rayong province and Bangkok. We initiate our work in Bangkok in Klong Toei district. So with this work, we actually need to work with stakeholders. I will give you example of the Rayong in detail. So we work with the local communities closely to see what are the pain points, what are the problems with the plastic waste, and then how they can solve that problem. And we also work with the private sector throughout the value chain to ensure that they can be involved in this solution as well. So end up from the first phase in Rayong, we able to create Rayong model, which aim to send zero plastic waste to landfill in Rayong within one small communities. And later on, we're able to elaborate the funding from outsource and other sources, from international sources. So we're able to expand this work within the province. And just actually yesterday, the Rayong model has been scaling up, live up to another step to Rayong Less Waste project, which get funding from outsource. And then also we got all of the municipality in Rayong province involved in this. So we work with local community, coastal community, school, and even temple, local community to work together on this. And so far, I think we, with this small initiative, it's not big, compared with the 76 province in Thailand, but with this one province, we're able to now reduce bring about 900 kilogram of plastic waste back to the recycle system, and we link with the value chain so they can use this recycled plastic pellet and to produce upcycling products to be able to create a decent income for the community. And we also be able, some of our community members also be able to manage their debt from additional income from what we have helped them on this. So we are now scaling this up. We also have lesson learned from what we do to be able to make sure that this can be replicated and scale up in other provinces or communities in Thailand too. So and I would like to conclude with just to re-emphasize that it's very important to engage all of the stakeholders. It can be majority or minority. They have to be involved so we can hear about the pain point, what they need, and then we can get ideas on how we can together approach and address some of the problems. So with that, I would like to thanks.
Thank you very much, Nak. And the points you discussed about working with stakeholders and involving rights holders to understand the implications of plastic waste on communities, working closely with communities in Rayong is really great example, and looking at how that can be scaled up across Thailand and what lessons can be learned for other countries in the region as well. You also mentioned the impacts of marine plastic debris and this ambitious target of reducing this by 15% by 2030. And that also connects very well to our next speaker, who is Dominique from the Environmental Justice Foundation, who also, through his work, works very closely with a multitude of stakeholders, looking at issues from marine plastic debris to other issues of plastics. And so, Dominique, I want to ask you, you work to build the capacity of rights holders who may be impacted by environmental harm. Could you share with us the proactive steps that businesses can take to avoid impacting on vulnerable communities?
Yeah, thank you very much, Georgina, for that introduction, and thank you for inviting me to this session. Sorry that I can't be there in person today. So I'm from the Environmental Justice Foundation, and we are an international organization that works around the world to protect natural environments, but also to campaign for the human rights of the people that depend on those natural environments. So we always try to see these two issues as very much interlinked and very difficult to separate them. So we work all around the world on a range of different environmental issues, including fisheries, ocean issues, blue carbon, and more recently on plastics as well. So in our experience in working in fisheries and looking at both the environmental issues surrounding unsustainable fishing, illegal fishing, but also human rights abuses in the fishing industry, we feel that we have quite a unique perspective where we've been analyzing this close interaction between environmental issues and the human rights sphere at the same time in these different industrial sectors. And a lot of what we've experienced and learned over the years can really be applied to the plastics value chain as well. So if we look at this close interaction between environmental harm caused by plastics and plastics pollution, but also the plastics value chain, and as some of our colleagues have already spoken about, how these workers who are involved in the landfill sector, but also in the recycling sector as well, can be coming into contact with dangerous chemicals and having to work in very difficult environments as well. And also talking about how businesses have this responsibility and talking about extended responsibility as well to deal with this plastic pollution and make sure that it isn't harming natural environments. So I think that's a really important discussion to be had. I think we've already touched on the need for supply chain due diligence, but I think really important to emphasize the need for transparency in supply chains as well. So making sure that businesses such as Unilever and other retailers and conglomerates in the West and other market states have visibility of plastics value chains and also what happens to the waste at the end of its life cycle as well. So we're really keen to explore how workplaces can be made more friendly in terms of human rights approaches. So making sure that workers have the opportunity to unionize. And we see that a really cost-effective method of doing this is allowing for the right to collective bargaining and freedom of association for workers working in the plastics waste sector. So supporting ILO Convention C87 and C98 is a really important step that governments and businesses and companies can take to ensure that workers can represent their rights and campaign for fairer working conditions and safer working conditions as well. So we look at this issue of extended producer responsibility and apply it to our local context. So we have started this project, excuse me, called the Net Free Seas project here in Thailand. So we started this in 2020. And this project aims to put local communities directly in contact with businesses and recycling companies. So we work with over 100 communities now, all across Thailand, in all different provinces, from the Andaman Sea and Gulf of Thailand as well. And we connect them directly with companies such as Quali, Teamplas, and Surplus as well. So these companies then can go to these communities, communicate directly with those communities, and engage in this consultation process to understand what are the pain points dealing with plastic waste, and then how can they collect the waste, how can they clean the waste, and then transport that to the companies as well. So it's really important that at each stage of that consultation, that engagement between the private sector and the communities, that there is this inclusivity and involvement in the decision-making process. And we feel that this is a really easy way that businesses can reduce environmental harm, but also improve the rights of these human rights holders as well in these coastal communities and indeed these vulnerable communities. So making sure that they're included in the process. And actually this can be a really, really cost-effective solution in the long run, which will help to reduce environmental harm, but also improve social and financial rights for those communities as well. And I would also note that a lot of these coastal communities, especially some of the communities that we work with in the Andaman Sea, we work with some Moken tribe communities, as Kunok was pointing out, in provinces such as Ranong. And a lot of these communities have actually contributed the least to environmental harm in the first place. They have largely led a plastic-free lifestyle up until maybe the last 10 or 15 years. But a lot of the plastic waste that they are having to deal with on their beaches and choking their coral reefs and affecting their way of life isn't being produced by them. It's either coming from the mainland Thailand, or even from the region as well. So I think it's really important that businesses take that responsibility in hand and appreciate that they need to be working with local communities across the board. It's not just working with communities that are right on their doorstep, but making sure that the most vulnerable, the most impacted by environmental harm, such as plastic pollution, are included and brought to the table to engage in decision making as well. So I think, just to summarize really, Net-Free Seas, where we are working with these local communities, collecting fishing nets that have been produced by larger industries and by commercial fishing vessels. We work with them directly to empower them to feel that they are part of the solution. So helping them to understand how to collect the nets, how to clean the nets, and then connecting them directly with businesses. And that whole process has to be transparent so that we have oversight. We allow the businesses to have oversight as well. So it allows them to engage in supply chain due diligence to make sure that these fishing nets are being collected ethically and that they're being cleaned sustainably as well. And making sure that the products that are being produced at the end of the day from these fishing nets can then be branded proudly with both their logo, but also with the Environmental Justice Foundation's logo as well, knowing full well that those products have been produced ethically, legally, and sustainably. So I might just pause there and looking forward to the discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dominique. And the examples that you provided really emphasize some of the points that Sarah was raising at the beginning of this session around procedural rights. You talked about freedom of association, participation of communities in decision-making. And like Kunok, you spoke about how important it is for the private sector to engage directly with communities, with rights holders, to understand the pain points of plastic pollution and work with them to find long, durable solutions. I think it's also interesting how you raised a number of core environmental justice concerns about the fact that these communities that are being impacted by plastic pollution, particularly coastal communities, that pollution often has not come from those communities, and that there's issues of distributive environmental justice that need to be addressed, and how can the private sector engage in those issues as well. So moving from a focus on the ground, working directly with communities, we're now going to go back to the international scale again, because it's very important that the issues of plastic pollution and the human rights linkages with plastics are dealt with at all levels. And so our last speaker, Dr. Napan, I want to ask you about international environmental legal obligations of states with respect to plastic pollution, and particularly in the context of the right to a healthy environment, and how you think international legal obligations can potentially influence beyond governments, but influence businesses and the human rights space.
Thank you, Georgie. Good morning, everyone, distinguished panels and all the distinguished audience. Thank you for having me today. It's always a pleasure to serve the UN. And this is only my opinion alone. It's not representing my institutions. And I know that being a lawyer, although I'm not alone, but listening to lawyers talk sometimes can be boring. So I'll expect myself to be as much entertaining as possible. But having listened to all the panelists today, it made me feel a bit nostalgic, simply because it's bring me back to my law school 15 years ago when we started discussing the relationship between human rights and environmental protections. And here you go today, this year we have an actual recognition of the rights of a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. I think my task today, there was assigned, start from here and how these newly recognized, but what is actually we know is for a long time, the actual connections between the two has been, how these would influence international environmental obligation and ultimately create impacts upon private sectors. I think when we read the resolution from the United Nations General Assemblies, not just only the recognitions of these particular rights that should be taken into account, but other, paragraphs in there as well. I think there are two observations that I think also worth mentioning. Firstly, the right to a clean and healthy environment is related to other rights as well in human rights. And I take it myself as to meaning that you cannot really promote or protect a right to a healthy environment without upholding or reaffirming other related rights. Right to life, right to food, right to adequate standards of living, right to water, so on and so forth. And more closer to our discussion today is the fact that these particular rights require full implementation of all multilateral environmental agreements and under the principle of international law. And I think these serve a very, very good foundation for the missing link for a long time and help perhaps at least give us some clue how to rectify deficit in international environmental law when it comes to enforcement. It has been criticized, at least since we talked more about environmental obligations, that it is very difficult to enforce, and it is even more difficult, when someone commits wrongdoing with respect to international environmental obligation, and how we serve the justice in order to rectify the problems. From now on, since July, I think what is very important is that environmental protection, especially from plastic pollution, is not a matter of environmental law anymore, but it also concerns protection of us, protection of human rights. And this nexus between the two is important because it gives at least environmental right defenders around the world more options in order to play their influential roles in ensuring that international obligation is upheld. And we're talking about international environmental obligation. It's, of course, primarily based on states. States have to do things and, here and there. But ultimately, it is us, private sectors, is individuals or corporations that really have to feel the pain from enforcing more obligation or trying to be ensured that we are not in violation of, domestic law that has been transposed international obligations. I'll give you some examples for how perhaps it's my forecast on how state would act with respect to the recognition of rights of healthy environment when it makes an official connections with international environmental law. I think there are a wake-up call for states that has been reluctant or doesn't really understand the need to integrate environmental protections in other bits of their functions. Because from now on, states would have more stakeholders that will start to inspect and check to ensure that during their functions, there will be additional requirements to ensure that not just only about your primary functions, but there are environmental plus human rights in the equation that you have to ensure that by performing state functions, these also contributes to sustainable development and also ensure protection of human rights and at the same time environmental protection. And this is very the case for plastic pollutions, where it is everywhere, and especially when it's come to land-based origins. This is one of the most difficult tasks where there are scatters and different levels of actions taken by different government institutions. And you can expect perhaps more robust action for states that has been very proactive in trying to rectify this problem, because there are more justification on the catalogs of states in taking perhaps a more detailed measures in order to ensure, because it's give efficiency, then you take one measure, you can achieve more objective, not just only about protection of the environment, but also ensuring that human rights and right to a healthy environment is protected. There are perhaps more, for example, like in the context of CBD, given the fact that CBD itself is quite decentralized and requires national implementations, but these give an excellent boost to state to improvise measures that can answer multiple objectives. You can expect more area-based management where you can at the same time trying to protect health, right to water, or on the broader pictures, right to healthy environment, and at the same time provide biological conservations. Apart from that, I think there might be certain product standard, process standard that dealing with prevention of plastic. Regimes that have less discussion perhaps with respect to plastic might start to discuss it even more. We're talking about the context of WHO perhaps where microplastic can contaminated foods, and there might be more guidelines upon state and after all upon those industry involved in dealing with this. There are issues about cross-border movements as well. Of course, we know that certain plastic is international movement of certain plastic goods has been regulated through Basel Convention and the synergies regimes. Heavy, perhaps, or a more constructive inspection surveillance with respect to transboundary movement might be done. And if to take this a little bit more pessimistic, I perhaps expect that because of the additional but valuable justification added here to the rights of the healthy environment, we might expect to see a little bit of a legal warfare here where there are more justification for a barrier to trade. I'm not saying that barrier to trade is justifiable, but there are an opportunity for state to take human right plus environmental protections as a measures and create technical barrier to trade. And of course, it involves WTO. Movement of plastic can be as waste at the same time, it can be as goods if it is for certain purposes. And these, one of the perhaps an area that perhaps require further explorations, either in academia or by practitioners in order to ensure that while we're trying to liberalize trade, but there's balance has been struck between the two competing interests. I think this is perhaps a general idea that I would like to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Napan. And so that concludes our panelists' interventions. And we do have some opportunity to take some questions and comments from the floor. You can either address a direct question to one of our panelists, or you are welcome to also make a general comment. I see a number of hands already, at least 4. So 5, 6. Okay, so we are going to start. I'll give the floor first to the gentleman in the middle from.
Thank you very much. My name is Florian Berneck. I'm for CECC in Vietnam, Central and Eastern European Chamber of Commerce, so representing smaller businesses from Europe acting here. And a lot of these businesses are dealing with environmental friendly products, also trying to reduce things, reduce packaging, reduce plastic. And this brings me to my question. I did not hear from any one of you how to reduce the amount. We just heard about how to make it nicer, how to recycle it, how to make some people doing something about recycling. And we all know that most of plastic recycling are fairy tales. So what's about the reduction? Because mainly the poor people or the poorer people and the majority in Asia are pushed into plastics. It doesn't matter, somebody, I think our last speaker was mentioning they are living in a plastic world. They are forced into not single-use plastic, low-quality plastic, kitchen appliances, whatever. You go in the countryside, wherever you want in Asia, you get rubbish plastic, kitchen appliances, toys. Toys, a big topic, which is totally out of our sight. We talk about the plastic bottles, that's a small section. And that's why smaller companies, which I'm representing here, would really love to get into the market with these sustainable products, which are very successful in Europe, but have no way to do this in Asia because of the market power of the big guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll take a few questions and then we'll come back to the panelists. So one over here.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Massimiliano from the Eurocham Cambodia. I would like to ask a question to Mr. Vivekanand of Unilever. Can you elaborate more how to include, you said inclusion of informal sector into your EPR policies. Can you elaborate more on that? First question. Second question is that actually the world is watching Unilever in terms of plastic because they are probably the biggest producer in the world of containers. And you are right, I didn't hear any reduction, but I also probably missed some action of Unilever in terms of using something different from plastic. There's also a more sustainable plastic, corn-derived plastic, or more biodegradable products rather than that. But when I go to the supermarket, I actually don't see it. I cannot buy. Thank you.
Thank you. Rocky, yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Rocky Guzman from the Asian Research Institute for Environmental Law. And my question is really more on the enabling conditions and governance and rights across the plastics value chain, especially since there are many policy developments across Southeast Asia right now. So focusing on the procedural environmental rights, which a lot of speakers have focused on, I have two very interrelated questions. First, on the procedural access to information rights. Now, this is a huge issue across Southeast Asian countries, especially in terms of waste pollution, potential waste crime, for example, or the environmental harms of industry in polluting these as well. But there is a huge barrier here because these information are usually considered proprietary or trade secrets. Now, what are the remedies or what are the immediate next steps that governments can do or governments can require to ensure that industry and businesses actually disclose these kinds of information? And this connects to my next question, which is access to remedy, which is one of the pillars of the guiding principles of the UN, right? So what are the remedies? I know there are remedies. We can go to courts for prosecution of perpetrators of crime, for example. But a lot of countries in Southeast Asia, for example, do not have that strong institutions as much, and it could be expensive as well. Now, are there low-hanging fruits for remedies where we can resort to, especially local communities and coastal communities, in terms of exacting accountability of perpetrators of crime, for example, waste crime, for example, or polluters, or just getting reparations for environmental harms that may be caused by industry? So these are two interrelated questions on procedural environmental rights and across a value chain.
Thank you. We'll take one more and then, yes, at the back, and then we'll come back to the panelists.
ค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ นารีวงศ์สายชนค่ะ Welcome to Thailand ค่ะ ดิฉันจากเครือข่ายชาวเลอันดามันนะคะ ก็อยู่ท่ามกลางขยะจากทั่วทุกทิศ เพราะว่ามันหลายคอมพานีมากในโลโก้ของบริษัท ซึ่งอยู่ในทะเลของอันดามันค่ะ ก็ไม่ใช่บริษัทเดียวแน่นอนในประเทศนี้ในโลกนี้ ซึ่งขยะเนี่ยไม่รู้หรอกว่ามาจากไหน แต่สิ่งที่เราถูกกระทำก็คือว่าเราถูกตีตราว่าเป็นผู้ทิ้งขยะค่ะ แล้วทีนี้เนี่ยถามว่าชาวเลเองเนี่ยมีศักยภาพในการที่จะสร้างโรงงานปิโตรเคมีไหมค่ะ ถ้าไม่มีผู้ผลิตไม่มีผู้ขายและไม่มีผู้ซื้อและก็ไม่มีผู้บริโภคค่ะ เส้นทางของพลาสติกเหล่านี้เนี่ยมันมาจากเริ่มต้นที่ผลิตแล้วมาสู่พวกเราซึ่งเป็นชาติพันธุ์ที่อยู่ในท้องทะเลดำรงวิถีตามวิถีวัฒนธรรมดั้งเดิมการใช้เราอยู่อย่างมีความสุขเราสามารถที่จะดูแลคนอื่นได้เราสามารถที่จะช่วยเหลือบุคคลที่มาจากที่อื่นอย่างเป็นมิตรแต่ทุกวันนี้ด้วย ด้วยสิ่งเหล่านี้เนี่ยที่ถูกตราว่าเป็นผู้ทำลายสิ่งแวดล้อมสิ่งเหล่านี้เนี่ยเราก็ชอกช้ำอยู่พอสมควรกับวาทกรรมที่เหมือนจะสวยงามกับคนอื่นแต่ว่ามันโหดร้ายกับพวกเราค่ะจากที่ฟังมานะคะก็ไม่เห็นการลดขยะเลยค่ะเป็นการหนุนเสริมในการช่วยเสริมให้บริษัทเนี่ยผลิตมากขึ้นโดยผ่านกิจกรรมต่างๆเราช่วยกันเก็บนะช่วยกันอนุรักษ์นะช่วยกันดูแลบ้านเมืองนะช่วยกันดูแลทรัพยากรช่วยกันดูแลขยะให้มันน้อยลงแต่ว่าสิ่งเหล่านี้เนี่ยเป็นการเสริมให้กับบริษัทต่างๆเนี่ยผลิตมากขึ้นแค่เป็นต้นทานว่าแค่บอกว่านี่นะเป็นการเยียวยาเป็นการดูแลเป็นการให้คืนกับสังคมแต่ใช่หรือเปล่ามันใช่หรือเปล่าหรือว่าเราเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในการส่งเสริมให้สิ่งเหล่านี้เนี่ยให้ขยะมากขึ้นค่ะแค่นี้ค่ะขอบคุณค่ะ
Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to come back to the panel, and if we have time, we'll take another round of comments and questions. So I'll ask Vivek, would you like to respond first?
Thank you for the questions. Actually, I think I did refer to this in my talk. Maybe it wasn't clear enough. Let me elaborate a bit on how we are trying to reduce plastic usage by design. So as I mentioned earlier, our objective is to reduce our virgin plastic consumption by at least 50% by 2025. Our program is called Less Plastic, Better Plastic, and No Plastic, which essentially means we will reduce plastic by design, for example, by lightweighting or using alternates to plastic, or by using refill systems where possible, or encouraging the use of refill systems to totally bring down the footprint of plastic used in our chain. The second part of that is also to design systems using higher content of recycled plastic. So between the two, we hope to reduce the content of virgin plastic that we use. The second part, in terms of the inclusion of the informal sector, I think there's a value to bring the informal sector who's already collecting, for example, junk shops. Kun Nat talked about the Trash Lucky company that's getting informal sector integrated using technology and collection points. If we can get the right data transparency and the right access to materials collected by the informal sector, in the end, our objective is to make sure the collection happens and then there's highest value to the recycled plastic that's created. And that's where I think integrating the informal sector in the EPR will also help. I hope that answered the questions, and I'll be happy to chat with you after to take any further detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivek. Now I want to give the floor to Nok to respond.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. I will actually cover the two questions on the reduction of plastic, and then also the point that Kun Naralin Saichon has been raised. For PPP plastic, TEI, my organization is not a private sector, but we help private sector, TBCSD, to work together and to see where the support is needed, where there are the gaps. So we try to address the problem. And as I mentioned, as we establish this PPP plastic, because we think it's a national agenda that everyone have to really focus on and helping. So we work on the top down, we work on policy development. We take consultation process among the policy makers and also our partners that work directly with the community to see where the problem is and also how we can address the problem. And we work, as I mentioned, in some of the project, as example, we work directly with the community who are facing the problem as well. And then from the bottom up, we also work with the community to see the pain points and see how we can address that. And then along with that, we also work on the policy advocacy and education through two main channels. First one is on through our project activities when we work, and then we also create a national campaigns on how to reduce plastic. So the reduction, the 3R, main part of this solution are always integrated in every part of our communication. And to develop policy and changing Thai behavior, our problem is on the reduction and segregation as well. So to change the people behavior, it cannot happen overnight. It takes time. It takes time to communicate, to create the right understanding and set up the common goal that we all can achieve together. So, and I believe, with the commitment of the stakeholder in the country and also the force that we receive from outside, there are global policy, there are even some commercial and economic measures that have been put in place around the world to actually frame us, kind of shape us to the more sustainable direction with less plastic. But we also have to accept that plastic is also very critical in some part of our livelihood. So it's the matter of how we can minimize the use of it, and then also sustainably manage it after use to create the less environmental impact, and then also be able to grow, and then the livelihoods of people can also be able to include in that. So it's the balancing of the social, environmental, and economic. So that's what I would like to add.
Thank you, Nok. I want to now give the floor to Dominique to reply.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think some great questions there, especially focusing on this issue of reducing plastic waste and consumption in the first place. And I think that this is really where government policy, not just in Thailand, but across the region, needs to step in to ensure that whether it's industrial waste or individual waste or business waste can be effectively measured and then collected according to the total volume that's being created. So trying to move away from flat set charges for collection of waste to a weight-based system, so that if industry or businesses are creating a lot of waste, then they are charged more for their waste collection. And I think that's a kind of simple policy measure can be implemented at the municipal level, city level, or national level as well. And that can help to promote better behavior in terms of behavior change towards reducing the actual production of waste and consumption of single-use plastics in the first place. And I think moving on to Rocky's questions as well, how can we help local communities and these vulnerable communities to identify waste dropping crimes and things like that? I think it really can boil down to improved monitoring and community-based monitoring, like Nok was talking about as well. So giving these communities the tools to be able to report on these crimes themselves. And that's something that we've done in the fisheries sphere. So if there are instances of illegal fishing, then we can give communities cameras and basic training to identify those kinds of crimes. And the same principles can be applied to waste crimes as well. So I think it's all about better reporting, better monitoring of these crimes, and better transparency of plastic pollution and those plastic waste supply chains as well. And I think just one really good example about that and how improved monitoring can facilitate better awareness and action is air pollution. If we look at the issue of air pollution now in Bangkok and other cities in Thailand, we can see that having all of these monitors, having this better access to information for the general public can actually boost awareness and can boost advocacy efforts to try and address air pollution in our major cities. So I think similar lessons can be learned there to improve better monitoring efforts of plastic waste and plastic waste creation.
Thank you, Dominique. I'm going to hand the floor to Nat, but quickly before that I do, I want to throw another question into the mix that we've received online, which is, how does the private sector ensure its supply partners or its supply chain for subsidiary or main parts are complicit in dealing with trash, recycling and packaging from point of origin through transit points to the point of destination? So just add that question in there, and if anyone wants to respond to that. But I'll give the floor first to Nat.
Thank you, Georgie. And the first question I would like to respond is about the reduction. So Trash Lucky's position in the supply chain is collect and aggregate, but we engage directly with consumers. So with every recycling program that we do, whether it's for office, for residential programs like condominiums, residential communities, and especially important, the school. We always teach people about 3 R's. We always say reduction or reducing is the best of the 3 R's. We always educate people about the theory versus practice of recycling. In theory, most plastic can be recycled, but in practice, very little plastic can be recycled, or gets recycled, I'm sorry. So for example, even if we talk about PET, only at least in Thailand, plastic PET bottles are the only one in the PET categories that gets recycled, but like PET packaging such as food wrapping or food, clam, what's it called, like clam shell packaging do not get recycled, for example, or even like PP, which is made out of straws, or is used to make straws, that doesn't get recycled. So we always teach people about that. And second thing that we do to caution is that since we are incentivizing people to recycle, we always watch out for the unintended effect. We don't want people to consume more to try to win prizes. So we watch out for those data. And luckily, we haven't had that happen yet. And in fact, the opposite happened. People actually came to us and say, hey, for the first time, I now realize how much plastic I'm using. And so I'm going to look for ways to reduce, which is not that great for our business, but it's good for our mission to incentivize people to recycle and divert materials away from the environment. And then second, I just want to add a comment about bioplastic. So I think it's still fairly new, and there's not much regulation here. And consumers, at least like people that interact with our brands, they talk to us and they say, hey, they expect that if they hear bioplastic, they put it in their backyard and it will compose, and that's actually not true. It's very different from home compostable packaging, but that's what the perception of the public is. And also the informal waste collector that we work with, they don't really understand that packaging yet and how to sort and where that goes, especially like if there's no good regulation on labeling. The other day, I actually found a microwavable food tray that has 2 labels together. One is the recycling symbol PP, code 5, and it also say on the other side, 100% biodegradable, which is actually not true. So that's just one caution about how do we deal with bioplastic and making sure that it actually gets compost. We don't have the industrial compost facility in Thailand, really. Thank you.
Sure, take a quick stab at the other one.
Thank you. Yes, so we only have, well, we're a little bit over time. So if you allow me, Vivek, do you want to take a minute or so to answer that one? And then I want to give Napon 2 minutes to also respond. And then we will close the session.
It's a very good question on the extended supply chain. As I mentioned earlier, we see extended producer responsibility as extended participant responsibility. Everybody has a value contribution in the chain, and everybody has a responsibility in the chain. So for example, retailers could participate by offering retail shops to be collection points and integrate in the larger infrastructure. That's one way of involving the retailers. When I talk about converters, a lot of our partner converters are developing technologies for recyclable materials, or for materials that can use higher content of recycled plastic. They have a value to add in the chain in terms of circularity. And also primary resin manufacturers as well are getting into more management of recycled plastic and setting up infrastructure, for example, in Thailand, for creating RHDP or RPET solutions. So I think across the value chain, based on the expertise levels and the contribution in the value chain, we can find different solutions. And I do agree that everybody has a role to play, and we believe that an integrated EPR involving everybody would be ideal. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivek. Napon, the last words.
Yep, I really like the question about reductions, because they seem to be missing from the bigger picture, even at the international levels. I think when we're talking about plastic circularities, we usually also talk about circular economy at the same time, but we have to be really cautious when we're talking about circular and ensure that it is really circular, because indeed, when we're talking about circular economy or anything surrounding that, we seem to neglect that the tap have never been closed. And indeed, that is the production bits, and it is pretty much talking about design, but we are not really have an actual target for reduction. And that seems to be quite a concern, at least out there in literature as well. And we have to ensure that we have to make it really circular and have an actual target. At least we expect something, hopefully, in the international negotiation for the new plastic treaty, that we have these kind of targets as well. In ASEAN, I've been vocal for these for quite several years, that there were no common environmental policy in these regions that will form these kind of target together. But that would really something that is really needed to ensure that the circularity of plastic happens, circular economy happen, and we will be a cleaner region. And of course, as other panelists mentioned, it is really a political wheels in these countries. And of course, that would take lots of bargaining issues, lots of lobbies in order to come up with a target for reduction. But there are no other way if we are to change or to rectify these pollutions. So I guess someone have to pay, and if no one pay, all of us have to pay, I guess. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much. I want to thank all of our panelists. Thank you, Dominique and Sarah, for joining us remotely. Thank you, Nat, Vivek. Thank you, Nok and Napon, for all of your insights and your expertise throughout this panel. Thank you to all of the participants for your comments and your questions and for joining us during this session. Have a wonderful afternoon, and I do believe that there should be some food available outside the conference room. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Amir. We can see you online. Could you please turn on your camera and your microphone? We will test your sound and your video.
Yeah, I can't start my video. It says the host hasn't allowed it. Well, let me tell you what it says. The host has stopped it when I tried to start my video.
All right, let us fix the issue. Can we have 5 minutes, please?
Try rejoin.
Amir, are you still having problems with your camera?
Yeah, it doesn't allow me to untick the start video button. I could try rejoining.
Okay, let's try that, and in the meanwhile, we'll try to fix it from our end as well.
Okay, thank you.
So we just promoted you to co-host. You should be able to rejoin again the session, and then the camera and the microphone should be fine.
Yeah, I've turned it on now. Can you see me?
Right.
Can you see me now? I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see you already. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This.
Hello? I'll have to follow you there.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the session. I think we'll start now, and hopefully there may be others that join us. So welcome to those of you in the room. Welcome to everybody who's joining us online. My name is Pia Oberoi. I'm Senior Advisor at the UN Human Rights Office's regional office based here in Bangkok, and it's a pleasure to be with you here today for our session on advertising as a lever for change, confronting hate speech and discrimination. Before I hand over to our panel, I just wanted to make a few opening remarks. Advertising is a multi-billion-dollar industry globally, and the Asia-Pacific region is home to some of the world's largest advertising markets, including, of course, China and Japan, who are the second and third largest markets in the world, as well as others in the region, India, Australia, Indonesia, and others. This year in the Asia-Pacific industry, there has been an estimated annual spend of about $250 billion, with between half to two-thirds of this budget now being allocated to digital media. This spending power, coupled with its reach into homes and communities, means that the advertising industry has enormous capacity to impact people's lives in both positive and negative ways. When advertising actors make ethical, informed, and human rights-based decisions, advertising dollars can serve to support constructive, representative narratives and uphold independent and vibrant media that empowers individuals and communities. But when decisions are not rights-based, advertising spending funds disinformation and hate speech that incites discrimination, hostility, and even violence, displacing positive messages with harmful narratives that result in real-world, real-life harms. Indeed, ads promoted on extremist and disinformation websites are estimated to generate more than $235 million revenue annually. As the United Nations Secretary General has noted, fear is the best-selling brand in the world today. It gets ratings, it wins votes, it generates clicks. But such profits can come at a cost to human rights. In this region, as in many others, it is increasingly profitable to stoke fear and hatred. And we have been observing with increasing concern that migrants and other minorities are being singled out and demonized as easy scapegoats for social problems, that coordinated disinformation is hampering effective climate action and interfering with public health strategies, such as in the context of COVID-19 response. In a fast-changing and increasingly fast-paced media landscape, moderate and rights-based voices are all too often overshadowed by extremist views. Social media, which is of course premised on the amplification of resonant messages, tends especially to reward simplicity and to discourage nuance, pushing consumers of such content towards extremes. Along with a host of other human rights concerns, the rights to privacy, free expression, and information are being jeopardized. From the perspective of the UN Human Rights Office, our session today follows in the step of ongoing engagement with our partners in the Conscious Advertising Network to promote a conversation with advertisers, companies, civil society, governments, and other stakeholders around rights-based and ethical advertising practices, believing that this engagement is key to harnessing the levers of change and effectively tackling the funding and spread of hate and disinformation in our societies. It is also key to ensuring diversity and inclusion and amplifying values-based messaging as a counter to damaging societal narratives. Through our work on public narrative change, we are keen to support a broad conversation on how we can work together with partners to paint a picture of the communities we want to live in, moving away from a constant rebuttal of who we are not to showcasing who we are. This is also a foundational aspect of the prevention agenda and the leaving no one behind principle that is so fundamental to the UN, to interrogate the kind of invisibility that marginalizes minorities, migrants, and others, and leaves them vulnerable to the pernicious effects of hate speech and disinformation. We have an excellent panel with us here today to discuss these issues, and I will introduce them as they speak, but I'd like to welcome them to our conversation today, where we will discuss issues such as concerns, promising practices, as well as lessons learned on the links between human rights and advertising, tools that business partners can use to ensure that their advertising is ethical and human rights-based, and partnerships between business actors, media, and civil society, including community-based actors, to confront disinformation and hate in the context of the media and advertising. So to start, I would like to give the floor to our co-organizing partner, Jake Dubbins, who is co-founder of the Conscious Advertising Network, and ask Jake, could you explain to the audience how advertising works today and what it is funding? What is the Conscious Advertising Network and what are your priorities?
Thanks, Pia, and it's really great to be here and to be organising this panel with you and your colleagues at the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. So firstly, this is, normally I talk at advertising conferences, so I'm aware that this isn't that. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about how this problem works and the scale, I guess, of the problem that, that Pia has outlined. So firstly, just a little bit about this organization. So it's an organization of over 150 big brands, big agency groups, and critically civil society groups all around the world. That includes GSK, Group M, Havas Media, for example. And we set up to specifically look at how to break the economic link between advertising and the harmful content that threatens human rights, but also to promote conscious investment in diverse and inclusive advertising. Ultimately, as Pia has just outlined, advertising funds the internet. It literally funds all of the social media platforms. We don't have Google, we don't have Facebook without advertising. But with that sort of sense of scale, with that power comes responsibility. And so we focus on 7 different areas of harm: misinformation, hate speech, diversity, inclusion and equity. We've just launched a climate and sustainability manifesto as well. Children's well-being, informed consent and fraud, all of which permeates through this massive ecosystem. Pia talked about the fact that 250 billion is spent in the Asia-Pacific region on advertising. Globally, the number is 760 billion, which is an enormous amount of money funding the narratives that shape our lives. But those narratives are also being prey to misinformation. So top brands, this was some research done by NewsGuard and Comscore, top brands are sending $2.6 billion to misinformation websites every year, and they don't know they're doing it. So this advertising ecosystem is no longer where advertisers choose to partner with specific media outlets that they trust, that they've built a relationship with. This is a huge ecosystem powered by advertising technology, which means that a brand's adverts can be on tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, websites across the world, and actually auditing that is nigh on impossible. So that sort of transparency is simply not there in the industry currently. So this is just a little bit of an explanation about how that system works. So this is one of our partners, Check My Ads. They're based in the US. And on the left-hand side of this diagram, you can see advertisers like Ruchira here from Diageo. And within the central part, this sort of big black box of what we call advertising technology is the $400 billion digital advertising industry. And through that black box, then the adverts appear on the publishers that you can see there on the right-hand side. And some of those publishers are, publishers that you want your adverts to appear on, but some of them, as you can see from the orange box there, are disinformation sites, and then ultimately going on to the consumers that you're talking to as a brand. And just to reveal a little bit more of this, and again, this is a Check My Ads diagram, but you can see again how this works. So it goes from the advertiser to the media agency, to the trading desk, to the demand side provider, to the ad exchange, to the supply side provider, and then into the publishers. So it's hugely complex, and there's money being made at every single level. Actually, in the UK, there was a piece of research done on the programmatic advertising supply chain that revealed that 15% of the money spent, they called an unknown delta. So this was done by the UK advertising body ISBA with PwC. So 15% of that money, nobody knows where it's gone. So if you make that, $400 billion in the advertising digital supply chain, that's 60 billion. Nobody knows where that money goes. So this is the exploitation of this system. And at all stages, money can leak out to disinformation and hate speech websites. So what do I mean by that? So just preparing for this talk, I did a little bit of research in terms of one of the things that's going on currently. So in the UK currently, there is different groups within Leicester, conflict in Leicester and unrest in Leicester between Hindu groups and Muslim groups. This is an Indian website that I brought up, saying that any area where Muslims exist is a no-go zone for non-Muslims. Clearly, that's not true, but if you look at the ads there, so the ads you can see there, monetized by Google in the ad tech supply chain, that's the Bangkok Float Center placing ads on an Indian website, spreading disinformation about a situation in a town in England. So you can see that the Bangkok Float Center probably didn't strike a deal with that site to place their ads there. So as you can see, these are ads that the original advertiser has no idea where they are. And as you can see, the mayor in Leicester has blamed that unrest on social media disinformation. So these are confected stories fomenting polarization between different groups all over the world. So again, how's this relevant to the Asia Pacific region? Well, in 2019, a terrorist walked into 2 mosques in New Zealand and killed 51 people. The manifesto was called the Great Replacement. So for those of you unfamiliar with the Great Replacement conspiracy theory, this is a white nationalist far-right conspiracy theory that states with the complicity and cooperation of replacist elites, white populations are being deliberately replaced by black people and people of color through mass migration. So this is a false misinformation conspiracy theory that says this is deliberately happening. Clearly migration is taking place, but this is a massive conspiracy theory that's gaining traction all over the world. The New Zealand terrorist had links to a far-right Austrian group called Generation Identity, who talk about the Great Replacement and talk about things like remigration and things called ethno-pluralism, which actually means people living individually and being deported if they're not from that particular country. So it isn't multicultural at all. This is ethno-pluralism, means that everybody that is, for example, not of a white background should be deported from Northern European countries. This is Martin Sellner, the leader of Generation Identity, on YouTube. And this is how the monetization works. So he's talking about his conspiracy theories there, but Peloton was, at that particular point, advertising on those racist conspiracy theories. They don't know that they're doing that. And now we have a progressive and productive partnership with Google, who own YouTube, to take and demonetize and take this sort of stuff down. Because critically, it's not just the narratives that are spreading, but this is an economic model. Not only are these narratives spreading around the world, people are earning an awful lot of money from spreading these misinformation narratives. As Pia said, hate is the biggest brand in the world because it sells eyeballs, and where there's eyeballs, advertising exists. In Myanmar, and no colleagues from Amnesty will talk about this a little later on, but back in 2018, an independent report was commissioned by Facebook saying that the platform had created an enabling environment for human rights abuse in Myanmar. That was not largely because, but one of the reasons was because there was no local speaking moderators, content moderators in Myanmar at that particular time. So there were human rights abuses going on the platform with no ability to track, monitor, or indeed moderate that content. Fast forward to November last year, an Associated Press report is still finding posts threatening murder and rape in Myanmar. And then only this year, Global Witness have done some research both in Kenya, also in Ethiopia and in Myanmar, where they set ads up containing direct hate speech, direct incitement to violence, and genocide in Myanmar. And those ads went past the controls of Facebook. They never went live, so Facebook might have picked those up once they had gone live, but they'd gone through some of those checks and balances up front. So as you can see, this is a huge problem. It is not just a problem of narrative, it is a problem of incentivization of the money that is earned through hate speech and misinformation. And as our work with Pia continues, our aim is to build a big tent of brands, agencies, civil society groups, and working constructively with the platforms to solve these clear and present dangers. I'll stop there. I know that otherwise I'll rattle on all day.
Thank you very much, Jake, and thank you really for painting also literally a very compelling picture of how these chains work and bringing up the economic model really that we're up against in a sense of trying to bring that change that you talked about. I'll move on now to our second panelist, who's sadly not able to join us here in Bangkok, but will join us online, Amir Malik, who is the Managing Director of Accenture Song. And I hope that he is here with us today. Hi, Amir. From the perspective of one of the major consultancies, both in the region and globally, Amir, can you just talk us through some of your thoughts on the issues that we've been hearing today? How are you approaching these very complex issues related to digital advertising? And it would be great to hear your thoughts. Thank you.
Yes, firstly, thank you for inviting me, Pia. Good to hear you. And I could listen to Jake rattle on all day, actually, because it's what we need to hear. It's what we need to know. The world around us is changing. I guess I'd kick it off and probably continue on the same theme as Jake, that, you know, we often talk about or try to define the internet, but people also ask who controls it. And I think the answer to that question is he who controls, or one who controls, the distribution of content. And so all of us are seeking information. All human beings have a sort of predisposition to want to know information, to want to digest information. So we go online to do that. The reason that we can access that information for free in most circumstances, the majority, is because it's ad funded, as Jake outlined. But when we talk about what sort of information that is, if you take just one of the platforms, 500 hours of video content is uploaded every minute on YouTube. Just to contemplate that for a second. Yeah, that's not 500 hours every hour, that's 500 hours of content every minute. And we live in a new world of content creation. So people can literally become famous overnight if their video goes viral. Bad news travels fast. YouTube has 2 billion active users. So just think about the human population. 2 billion human beings are active on YouTube, right? So that's defined in a 72-hour period, I believe, that they're using YouTube. So once you start to compute that level of reach and depth, I think the argument that the access to an open economy of information is productive and beneficial to humankind, I think is a strong one. But what we're finding is that if you take 2021, from what could be tracked, $300 million of advertising funds went towards disinformation. So that's what we could track. What we can't track, the number is estimated to be far higher. And as you start to think about that, it really calls into question, how do you curate this content? How do you monitor the quality of information that's being disseminated? On the bad news travels fast argument, that's what generates views, that's what generates impressions. What about if the bad news is fake and made up? I can categorically tell you from where we stand that there is no turnkey solution for this. There isn't a technology solution that can just be turned on to solve this problem. And the reason for that is because the platform companies are still embryonic. They are child businesses. And so they are businesses which have invented and created means for us to acquire information that's outpaced the governance of that acquisition of information. And I think everybody is well-intentioned within these businesses, but how we actually judge, approve content has drastically changed. So in our business, we work with, for example, broadcasters, major broadcast outlets, Comcast, Sky, for instance, and the quality of their content has historically, if you just even look at the BBC, historically been curated with a level of expertise, consulted with, verified specialists on specific topics, and user-generated content, which is the basis for most of the platforms, TikTok, you name it, is not verified. It's not under any governance, right? And I think it only deals with the extremes in some instances. So visually repulsive content, for instance, is blocked. So therefore, all of this information is being just leaked into the ether of the online ecosystem, and advertisers don't know that they are funding it. So my objective here, working with the Conscious Advertising Network, and the UN is to create awareness through a body like the United Nations, through CAN and its members, to bring attention to the need of our industry, the advertising industry, whatever you believe Google and Meta or Facebook to be, to create better awareness of this problem so that we can solve it as a community. The real power is in economics. And that's what we're finding, that if advertisers stand up and ask the platforms to be more accountable, this will be recognized because they ultimately are funding the internet. All of us here can read articles online, watch videos, because advertisers are paying for that time to these platform companies. You know, we take you take the $5 trillion businesses that exist, give or take with the recent economic issues we have. 3 of them are ad-funded businesses. The fastest growing revenue line in Amazon is advertising revenue. It is the most profitable revenue line in Amazon. So $1 trillion business. Google and Meta are the same. So the people that are funding that are advertisers. Those advertisers, especially the largest global advertisers, can actually improve the quality of the internet and the world we're in. So as a business, we are trying to work with those advertisers to, for example, improve the impact of their advertising, but equally, we want to ensure that we are contributing to a better internet for all. So I think my position or argument here is that we are in an impossible situation when it comes to monitoring content, but we can try to keep doing that. However, I think with the advertiser influence and the greater awareness, we can achieve 2 things. One, we can push the platforms to improve what they're doing. And 2, I think we need to inoculate the general public from disinformation by creating awareness of bad actors. The Myanmar example that Jake gave, I think, is a well-known global example that has led to genocide, mass migration, starvation, the rape of women, and all of that was fueled through a lot of disinformation. So you could play on people's emotions to get them to drive into a mob scenario to commit crimes, heinous crimes. And that's the power that information has. And everybody is motivated by that information. When you think that that is all delivered through ad-funded businesses, it starts to call into question the responsibility of those advertisers, right, as well. So I think this is what really the argument that we have, that again, if I circle back, the open economy of information is super important. Everybody here can go and learn about what they want to learn through the online ecosystem. You can log into a platform. You can choose your method of content. Is it written text? Is it audio podcasting? Is it video on the video platforms? And you can start to access information on any given topic. The risk is when those topics are ones that change the very fabric of society, and actually the detail in there is not fact-checked. It's not quality assured. It's not, it's even in worse scenarios, it's designed to create chaos. It's designed to create anarchy. It's designed to create rivalry and tension. And that is real. And we know that those entities that do that on purpose to get attention are funded by advertising. They make money from the virility of that content. So I think that's really what I would put as my sort of opening gambit, that we need to all create greater awareness. And this forum, bringing attention to this topic is really important for just trying to live in a progressive and more peaceful world and societies. This is a global epidemic. That is, the foundation of the problem is in the digital ecosystem. And it affects everyone, all parts of the planet. Nobody's immune to it. No state of society is immune to it. There's controversy in the US, in Europe, and it's all through the manipulation of content distribution online. And advertisers can impact and intercept with that. Businesses like ours can intercept that. And entities like the Conscious Advertising Network really are drumming up that momentum. And PIA and the UN as well are bringing the world's attention to it. You know, we can deal with the problem at the source of the problem, which is the conflict between communities, the impact on migrants, the impact on refugees, the impact on people who are suffering under abuse, under misrepresentation. Or we can look at the root of the problem, that everybody, most of the modern world has a mobile phone device, and they are on that device entertaining themselves with content. 73% of us that have a mobile phone device in at least an hour will go to look for new information just to keep our brain stimulated. So we need to ensure that that information is quality approved, fact checked, where it can be, and definitely advertisers have a role to play, because the access to that information is only because the advertisers are paying for our freedom to download it and to read it and to watch it and to listen to it. So that's hopefully my contribution up front. Yeah, I look forward to hearing more from the other speakers.
Thank you very much, Amer, and thank you really for setting out really the vastness of the internet and the extent of the reach that we're having to deal with, but also really kind of bedding down the idea that advertisers are stakeholders in this discussion, and we really need to build, you know, that big tent to bring them in. And we'll hear from you more later. Thank you, Amer. And on that note, I'd like to turn now to Ruchira Jetli, who's joined us from Diageo, India, where you are the Executive Vice President. And again, you know, so now looking at it from the point of view of the advertising, what do you see as the role, you know, in promoting responsible media, as well as in ensuring this diverse and inclusive representation? Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Pia, and thanks for that context setting, both from Jake and Amer, because I think there is no doubt that for any advertiser, it's one of our worst nightmares to be put up against content that we, one, do not endorse, and two, possibly goes against the very fiber of the kind of society that we want to see. So that's clearly not in our best interests. What I'm going to talk about today, though, is about how advertising today is at the cusp of really building toward a lot of change. And I'm going to speak from a lot of my experiences in India, but clearly what's happening globally as well and what we know from the Diageo world. And I'm going to talk you through, because I'm cognizant that maybe not all of us here come from the advertising world, about positive portrayal and representation as a way of countering really the kind of content, the kind of conversations that we see more and more, and some of the watch-outs and learnings as well. And yes, the clicker works, so brilliant. So let me start with saying identity. It's really at the core of what we've been brought up to believe in. So what we're fighting against is the idea of who my identity is and what I believe in. And that's really the fundamental that we're all, you know, all of us premise a lot of our thinking on. But there's been a sea change in our landscape, and these are just some, you know, covers. But if you look at it, one, India and globally, the landscape in the last 5 years particularly has changed dramatically, with social divides being questioned, change accelerated by access and connection. So you're seeing stuff that in India, on Netflix, there's been created for a vastly different audience globally, in different languages, I might add. And this change has become pretty much a movement. There are parts of the country, and today when I travel in India, I see young girls dressed very much, you know, to kind of epitomize the kind of idolization they have of, let's say, K-dramas, right? I mean, who would have thought? Because the language is so different. But that's what you're seeing across, and that's just a little bit of it. Added by the kind of conversations that are going on enabled by the fact that you can build your own, well, one could say an echo chamber, but you could also build a group of people who you connect with, whom you can have dialogues with, regardless of where they sit geographically. And really, I'm going to skip through this one because it's a little heavy, but these are some of the influences, right? Popular culture, global movements and local footprints, businesses and brands. I mean, today, Netflix, for example, in India is the example I gave you. And there's also more equitable power that's being shared with different kinds of groups of people, empowering them. And this is not, and for everything that we say that we need to do better at, there are some things that are happening which are really, really positive. So equally, as a person in business, we would want that our brands paint a picture of society to shape it the way we see ourselves, right? Equally, the way we'd like to see society, a more vibrant, more inclusive place where we tell stories that are truly inspirational and not just about knocking things down, enabling different kinds of people, because we are different kinds of people, because we make up the business, right? We're part of the business, and that's what we want to see as well as individuals. And really, the best and the most brilliant work has shown people in authentic situations. And that's what we're seeing across. And these gather momentum. They have a momentum of their own on social networks and on media. What does that mean for a business? The first is there is a cultural opportunity like never before. It has never existed before, and it's happening. Speaking to different ethnicities, different demographies, and new age definitions of what that constitutes. So identity, which was fixed, no longer is. The second is, and I'm sorry that doesn't seem to have replicated too well, but equity and iconicity for a brand or a business that captures it right. So obviously it's there for the taking, and if you're in the right place and if you talk the right values, you do build. And I'm talking about brands like Lifebuoy, which has talked about hand wash in a campaign. Phenomenal way to get inclusion going as well. Equally, consumer recruitment and growth for the business, but that pretty much is a given, right? And therefore, what we did, I think it was about 4 years ago, was build a framework to say we want to do this cognizantly. We want to do this because we believe in it, not just as by accident. And that was about championing really what's the right kind of balance in advertising to counter maybe some of the not so nice things that you see around as well. And advertising is not just a reflection of what you see in society, but very often it holds up the path to what you would like to see, right? So what was this framework about? And a lot of it is very intuitive. The first one is you need to learn and understand. Don't be ready to jump in with solutions, right? 2, once you've understood, you need to create and collaborate. And that collaboration goes across ecosystem partners because it's not about a business running things on their own. So we work with advertising guidance councils. We work with other organizations. We work with the government and with policy to say what would we like to show. And believe me, we have had these conversations in India itself with the government as well. And then execute and lead. Don't wait for someone else to run it. It's not going to happen. So that's really how we see our actions against it. And here, of course, I'm speaking on behalf of Diageo India when I put these pieces up, which is not just frameworks on how to understand what's happening, but also concepts like creative equals and creative comeback. Creative equals is about getting under or unrepresented people across the gender spectrum, across the sexual spectrum to come in and talk about and lead creative concepts. Because if I create creatives, I'm only going to be talking to myself. Creative comeback is about women coming back after a break and talking about their experiences because they are woefully unrepresented or underrepresented in some forums. Working with unstereotype alliances, working with advertising councils, etc. And also, by the way, working with partners. Because what you can do on premise and partners like media, but equally partners, for example, hotels, key accounts. And our platform and inclusion campaigns are what we believe we do to lead. Of course, we're going to be a drop, but yeah, I mean, someone's got to start, right? By the way, innovation is being shaped dramatically by representation and with progressive portrayal. Innovation is the products we actually consume, talks to the challenges being faced by individual communities or individuals across. And this is where India sits, which is why it's interesting. Only 59% of Indians really define themselves in a binary manner in terms of heterosexuality, right? So who are we to question what people define themselves as? And as this population, as Gen Z becomes mainstream in India, this is only going to go up, right? Because you can see the numbers of people who are actually claiming they don't even know what part of the gender spectrum they sit on. And that goes up. So that's the future that's staring at all of us, and we're deeply, deeply cognizant of it. I think the progressive portrayal evaluation, and this is something we did last year, we looked at 400 pieces of advertising in India. And what we found was not really great news for us, right? Look at this. Ethnic representation, 22%, especially abled 3 out of 400, not even percent, right? That's less than 1%. And gender spectrum, 1. Yeah, best performing. Women, 35% of categories do not have basic representation of women. We're talking about, and this is Asia Pac, right? Pia, like you said, it's a unique microcosm of nations and countries. So, and 31% who did had very hackneyed, very stereotypical portrayals of people. Of course, there are people who are doing a lot of work, but there's a long way for us to go. How are we going to do it? And this is what I do, right? This is how I evaluate what I put out as content and where I want to be seen, to add to what Jake was saying. I do it through representation. Show them. You can't, and I'm using Black Panther here as an example of representation, one of the most powerful examples that have come across in the last couple of years. Perspective. Show it from a different person's perspective. Agency. I mean, why should men have all the fun? Look at Killing Eve, but look at the agency it gave women, that particular piece of program. And I've deliberately used content that we all consume as a way of showing what are the kind of influences that people are looking at today, and characterization. Characterization which gives you deeper stories, context. I believe this is important. I believe this is what makes a difference at breaking down tropes, breaking down stereotypes, and doing it and delivering it in a manner which is, well, which people want to consume. And therefore, the Unstereotype Alliance, we are very proud signatories and members of it, but equally, so are large businesses, some of which Jake spoke about. And it's about a mix of panels such as this, impact events, and bringing alive philosophies. But there are lots of learnings that come from this, right? One is, it is slow, and this is not about equality anymore, but this is about equity, having a seat at the table and having your voice heard and making impact. The second is, journeys are different by category, by individual. So there is no single way in which you're going to make it happen. And at various stages, you have to listen and champion. Because if you don't listen and you go on and power on and say, this is the way I think it's done, you could be in the wrong place at the wrong time. The other one was voices. It's interesting. Across the country, and India is such a diverse country, and then across Diageo globally, we live in very similar contexts. It's the basic fundamentals of what we want. But we're forced to live these contexts very differently. And that's really the reality of where we are. And in that context, therefore, there are deep-rooted fissures. There are differences in communities. So you need to deliver this with balance. Otherwise, in its entirety, the message will be ignored. And those are the kind of challenges that we confront really as marketers and advertisers. And to sum up, and I hope I haven't taken up too much time, but we really aren't defined by one anymore, right? So I guess I'm coming at this at a very different lens to say, yes, there are challenges. Yes, there is content there that is absolutely abhorrent, and we have to be able to control how we put out our advertising there. But equally, the what of the advertising, right? I mean, so imagine if on one of those pieces of, those various examples that you shared, if there was a wonderful piece of content that brought alive the richness of diversity. That kind of is counterintuitive to someone who's watching it, right? So there is a role to be played by business and advertisers in bringing alive the right dialogues and actually doing it with a framework that talks through how we're going to address it and do it meaningfully, step by step, brand by brand, piece of content on. So that was really what I had to say, and cheers, yeah.
Thank you very much, Ruchira. And exactly, I think it is about, we have to have that balance build a vision of the world that you want to see, the community that you want to live in. And I really, the more that I work in this space from the human rights side, I see advertisers as society storytellers and as, kind of putting that vision, as you say, forward and bringing that representation. And thank you also for the evidence, the evidence that you brought to say that this is a concern for you and it's something you're interrogating through the work that you're doing. Thank you very much for that. Now I'd like to turn to, we need the clicker this way, I'd like to turn to Pat De Bruin, who is researcher and advisor on artificial intelligence and human rights at Amnesty International. It's a pleasure to have you. And I'd like you, from the civil society perspective, from Amnesty's perspective, to tell us as well about the concerns that you're seeing around online advertising practices. And particularly, we're here in the Asia-Pacific region. We know that there are certain people that are more at risk of harm from human rights violations in this context. So I'd really like to hear about some of the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Pia, and thanks to Jake, Amir, and Rishir for those really insightful presentations. Today, I would like to speak about the global advertising industry, as others have touched upon, but from a human rights perspective. I want to speak specifically about how prevailing practices, specifically in the tech sector and among big tech companies, the major players in the advertising industry, Facebook and Google, are fueling human rights harms and risks globally, and notably here in the Asia region as well, and how these are really impacting the most marginalized and at-risk groups in the world. So as it stands today, there are two companies in the world, two enormously powerful companies, Facebook and Google, that control the access to the internet for most of us, to the basic services that we rely upon online, including search, social media, messaging, video, and mobile. And billions of people around the world rely on these services and on these companies. But these are also not just social media and tech companies, they're the biggest advertising players in the world. And this is something that we don't always appreciate as users of these platforms. But 80% roughly of Google's revenue comes from advertising, and 98% of Meta or Facebook's revenue comes from advertising as well. And ultimately, most of the severe human rights harms that have been linked to these businesses are rooted in their advertising practices. And I want to talk through some of how that operates in practice and how that fuels some of the most severe human rights harms that we're seeing today around the world. So these companies' business model it's based on the collection and exploitation of vast oceans of personal data. These companies want to get to know us intimately. The services that they provide are nominally free, but in reality, we pay a huge cost. In fact, as I will demonstrate, these companies, Facebook and Google, their pervasive surveillance and profiling of billions of people is posing a systemic threat to our human rights, and much of this links back to the world of online advertising. Our position at Amnesty is that this model, targeted advertising, is inherently incompatible with human rights because of the inherent risk that it poses to the right to privacy. But I also want to focus today on the other human rights risks presented by this model beyond privacy, including the right to life, the right to freedom from discrimination, torture, and other severe human rights harms. In fact, these business practices and targeted advertising are driving violent extremism, conflict, hatred, disinformation, and discrimination all around the world. These are the severe risks that I want to focus on now, and I'm going to speak specifically about one particular case study, because at Amnesty Tech, we've been working on an investigation throughout this year, and a report will be coming out next week, looking specifically into the role that Facebook or Meta played in the ethnic cleansing of the Rohingya population of Myanmar in 2017. So as many of you will have noticed, it was recently the 5-year anniversary of the Rohingya ethnic cleansing, the crisis in Rakhine State that occurred in 2017. This was a brutal campaign of ethnic cleansing by the Myanmar military, where Rohingya Muslims were killed in their thousands, where women and girls were raped, people were tortured, and over 700,000 Rohingya people were forced from their homeland and across the border into refugee camps in Bangladesh, where most of them linger to this day. The vast majority of the population were forced from their homes and have been unable to return. So at the time, the role of Facebook was already known to be quite prominent, and even the UN investigative mechanism that looked into this crisis found in 2018 that the role of social media was significant in the atrocities perpetrated against the Rohingya. It also recommended that the extent to which Facebook posts and messages led to real-world discrimination and violence must be independently and thoroughly examined. And this report that we're putting out next week is taking up that call and seeking to interrogate exactly the extent to which Facebook and its core technologies, which are inherently linked to its online advertising business, have fueled those severe harms suffered by the Rohingya population and continue to pose a risk to other communities all around the world and in the Asia region. So briefly, before I speak about the findings of this report and how it links back to the online advertising world, I just want to briefly touch upon the guiding legal framework. We are here in a business and human rights space, and Amnesty as a human rights organization, our investigations are always based on international human rights law and standards, and the key framework here is the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. And the key questions that we had to ask when looking into what really was the responsibility of Facebook for these harms, beyond a rhetorical responsibility, beyond a vague moral responsibility. What is the legal responsibility here? And does the company actually owe a remedy to affected communities? Does it owe reparations to those who have suffered and those who have been displaced and suffered untold harms? So the questions we had to ask were, what is Meta's responsibility under international human rights law and standards? And did its contribution did its actions reach the threshold of contribution under the UN guiding principles? And that would, if so, that would trigger the responsibility to remediate affected communities. Now, the investigation findings, some of this is well known already, so I'll run through it quickly, but hate speech, incitement to violence, advocacy of hatred against the Rohingya was rife on Facebook in the years and months leading up to the atrocities in 2017. The military, the Myanmar military and their allies were the key actors in systematically flooding the Facebook platform with this type of anti-Rohingya hate. And the prevalence of this content played a really significant role in the violence that ensued by creating an enabling environment for mass violence, as other speakers have briefly touched upon. Now, our investigation found that Meta utterly failed to mitigate human rights risks, including by failing in its content moderation efforts. And we catalogued the efforts of local activists who, from 2012 to 2017, repeatedly sought action from Facebook, who warned them that a genocide was looming and that the company needed to take urgent action to prevent being complicit in a human rights crisis. Unfortunately, the company failed to act appropriately in response. And I have a quote here from one very prominent Myanmar digital rights activist and a leader in the space who was very active in seeking action from Facebook. And she told Amnesty that, we warned them at every opportunity. They didn't care. They ignored us for a long time and then just focused on PR solutions. They seemed to care more about their own reputational risk than they really did about addressing the problems. This was also happening inside the country. Rohingya people could see the huge deluge of anti-Rohingya content that was flooding the platform. And we interviewed survivors, refugees who are currently residing in refugee camps in Bangladesh about this. And they told us repeatedly the same story, that their efforts to report content, hate speech directed against them on Facebook were met with inaction. And as Sayedullah, one of these survivors and activists, told us, he tried to report such hate speech, but he just got a response that said it did not go against community standards. That made me really angry. I realized that it's not just those people, the posters, but Facebook is also responsible. Facebook is responsible by helping them by not taking care of their platform. And this was a powerful message that we received again and again from survivors. But I want to now pivot to, this is an important part of the story, but it's a part that's relatively well known. I want to now pivot back to assessing the link between Facebook's business model, its targeted advertising business, and how that led to such content being actively promoted, hate speech against the Rohingya being promoted by Facebook's technologies in the context of this crisis. So Meta eventually, when I say Meta, I mean Facebook, the same company, admitted in 2018 that they weren't doing enough to help prevent the platform being used by bad actors. And this has been the dominant narrative ever since, that they didn't do enough, they didn't have enough content moderators, and they were unprepared for an unprecedented crisis. But what I want to focus on now is really the core of this research, which we'll be producing next week, is that Facebook's algorithms, that means the core technologies that power the platform and which are prevalent across the big tech sector, actively amplified and promoted anti-Rohingya hate. And they delivered it right to the people who are most likely to act on this incitement to violence. And this fact, the nature of these technologies, the algorithms that are powering the Facebook platform and which are prevalent across the big tech sector, are there because they're incredibly lucrative. Ultimately, these companies work by trying to keep us on their platforms for as long as possible. Therefore, their technologies are optimized and designed in such a way to show us the most engaging, inflammatory, and addictive content possible. Now, research has shown again and again that this type of approach leads to the most harmful content, including hate speech and incitement to violence, being prioritized. And the root cause of this prioritization ultimately is because the more time we spend on the platform, the more advertising revenue the company will receive and the more ads that it can sell. So going back to the root cause of this business model, we can see that there's a direct link between targeted advertising within Meta and Facebook and across the big tech companies and these very severe human rights harms. Now, in this report, we've looked deeply into the Facebook papers, which are an evidence source that have recently come to light late last year. Some of you may be familiar with the Facebook whistleblower, Frances Haugen, who disclosed a lot of internal information about how the company works. And this has enabled us to reach more far-reaching conclusions about the real extent of Facebook's role in the atrocities perpetrated against the Rohingya. And very briefly, I think this quote from those papers sums it up. The mechanics of our platform are not neutral. And that is really a key message that comes from the Facebook papers. These are not companies who are passively and neutrally delivering content and selling ads. They are promoting and prioritizing and recommending specific types of content because that is more profitable. And this research shows, and internal company documents reveal, that this is disproportionately promoting hate speech, incitement to violence, disinformation, and the most extreme and harmful types of content that have been repeatedly linked to real-world human rights crises, as we saw so prominently and tragically in the case of the Rohingya. So I want to briefly touch on one example from the Facebook papers linked to Myanmar. There was one case in which a video involving the very infamous and prominent hate figure Uveratu, who is a radical Buddhist monk, part of the Mabata network, who was a key figure inciting violence against the Rohingya and really a prominent actor in the lead up to the 2017 atrocities. Now, this is a few years later, after he was actually banned from the platform, but a video in which he was inciting anti-Rohingya violence was escalated through user complaints, and Facebook then considered what was happening with this video, and their internal investigation found that 70% of that video's views had come from what's known as chaining. That means that this was not organic or natural that people were viewing the content. This means that the company was actively recommending this divisive and inciting content. 70% of the views had come from that. And this is the kind of takeaway that we have from the Facebook papers that lead us to draw certain conclusions about the nature of Facebook's contribution to the Rohingya crisis, but also how this entire business model is fueling severe human rights harms across the world, and how the fundamentals of this surveillance-based advertising, targeted advertising, is creating these unpredictable risks, but really some of the most severe human rights catastrophes of our generation. And in terms of what we could conclude in this report, absolutely Meta has contributed to the violence suffered by the Rohingya, and it does owe a remedy, and that will be the campaign that we're launching next week to call for Meta to pay reparations to Rohingya communities in line with their human rights responsibilities under the guiding principles. But I also want to highlight that, you know, this happened 5 years ago, but the fundamentals of this system have not changed. Across this region and across the world, Facebook continues to pose a threat, a real and present threat to human rights, as do other big tech companies. And it's because of these destructive business models that really need to be fundamentally addressed in order to prevent the recurrence of these really severe human rights catastrophes. And it starts with addressing targeted advertising and the normalization of that business model that has been shown to fuel such harms. I'll close with a quote that we received from another Rohingya survivor, Shokutara, who's a 22-year-old resident of one of the refugee camps in Bangladesh. And it just speaks to the strength of that community and their efforts to pursue justice. She told us that Facebook must pay. If they do not, we will go to every court in the world, and we will never give up in our struggle. I thank you for your time. I hope that was not too long, but I also hope we got to zoom out and look at some of the fundamental issues in this advertising ecosystem. And yeah, I appreciate it, your time.
Thank you very much, Pat, and thank you really for taking us through that journey and helping us understand exactly what the real life, real world harms are, and pointing the need for the fundamental reforms, because I think that's where we're going to get, to a solution. I'd like to finally turn to Victoire Rio, who is the Senior Advisor for the Myanmar Internet Project, and to hear from your perspective, from the local perspective as well, what some of the issues are that are coming up and some of your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pia, and thanks everybody. I am coming at this issue of advertising from a digital rights and tech accountability perspective. As Pia mentioned, I was based in Myanmar from 2015 to 2021, spearheading a lot of the civil society efforts that Pat just mentioned. But I want to talk about another side of advertising, perhaps, that we haven't touched on too much today. Not so much Facebook and Google being a place where you can put ads on, well, those platforms are accepting ads on their own platforms, but there's only so much space on their newsfeed or on their own services to place ad. And so what has happened over the last few years is these platforms have also expanded into being ad exchanges, which is what Jake referred to earlier, where they essentially work with publishers as well to place content, to place advertising on other publishers' content. So what I have up here is a sort of the timeline of how some of those programs came into the region. Sort of starting with Google AdSense quite a while ago, 2008, and then moving on to 2003, then YouTube Partner Program, and then more recently, sort of Facebook getting into a lot of those programs that have rolled out at different points in time. And now what those programs are essentially is those platforms connecting a range of publishers that are producing either web content or video content to the advertising industry and placing those ads on their content. And it's a way to expand their ability to run ads beyond their own newsfeed and their own services. Now, what this has led to, in the context of Myanmar specifically, but more broadly around the region, we're actually missing the fundamental part, but it's really fueled the rise of a growing disinformation economy. We have a growing amount of disinformation in Myanmar, but more broadly in the region, that's actually not politically motivated, but content that is being produced or published purely with a view to make money and to get you to look at it, to click on it. What's not showing on the current screen is we've seen pages, we've seen actors in the region make up to $12,000 a month from a single page. Many of them are managing multiple presences. That's a lot of money for young people in this region. We have hundreds, thousands of people in the region now turning to this line of work as a way to make money, and pretty substantial money as well. And they're producing content not because it is content that, not because they're passionate about a topic or because they are creators that want to put content in front of you, but the sole purpose is to get you to click so that they can actually make more money. Now, this has been a major challenge for us, and particularly in the context of Myanmar, just sort of building on what Pat mentioned, one thing that hasn't been talked about much in the context of the Rohingya genocide is the fact that Facebook rolled out instant article rights in between actually in April of 2016, when the situation in Rakhine was not so good already, Facebook rolled out instant article with very little guardrails, if any. What that has meant is we've seen a number of new stakeholders sort of emerge in this publishing space. A lot of people starting to produce content purely to get clicks. And a lot of that content was instrumental in mainstreaming a lot of the anti-Rohingya narratives. A lot of that content was also instrumental in the aftermath of the attacks in really sensationalizing the situation and really sort of making things worse. Same thing with YouTube, and YouTube sort of in the Myanmar context came a bit later, but over the last couple of years, there's been a big uptick in YouTube, and that has been a key driver of disinformation in the Myanmar context. Now, as you know, Myanmar had a coup in February of 2021. Situation's been very tense since. We are bombarded with content along the line of Min Aung Hlaing's been sentenced to death. The UN has landed in northern Chin State and is about to come and save the country. Those narratives are everywhere. We're looking at videos getting millions of views on a daily basis. And those narratives are being developed and put online by people that are not necessarily political. And those are people that are just trying to capitalize on the situation to get us to click. Perhaps the last one is the one that personally touches me the most. Facebook launched its ability to monetize live video. So publishing live videos were unable to actually register so that they could place ads on their live video and make money out of those live videos. That launched in March of 2021. That's exactly when the protests in Myanmar started getting cracked down. Now, I was in Yangon at the time, watching these live videos as a way to get news from my friends and see what was happening in the city. But quite quickly discovered that these videos were actually not live. What was happening was a bunch of people out of Cambodia that had absolutely no knowledge of the context were downloading these videos off of YouTube and reposting them onto Facebook purely to make money. So you had millions of people watching videos thinking these were live events happening in their city amidst a brutal crackdown. And those videos they were true, they were real videos, they had been shot a few days before, but they certainly weren't happening live. And so the last trend linked to that I want to stress is a lot of it is getting internationalized. So those videos that were being pushed into Myanmar, they were actually being pushed by 4 guys in Phnom Penh, Cambodia, that had no knowledge of the context, do not speak any Burmese, as far as we can tell. But I discovered that the Myanmar market was a very lucrative market because people were very engaged at that point in time, and because everybody was using VPNs, which made them look like they were in America and made their attention more valuable than normal Burmese user would normally have. So just to stress, this is an industry that's growing, that platforms are and well, beyond actually this being a growing industry that's increasingly international, those players in Cambodia that are operating in Myanmar, we've seen them operate in Japan, we've seen them operate in the US, we've seen them operate in Ukraine, we've seen actors coming out of Vietnam. You don't need to actually understand the content, all you need to do is to know where to find content to steal and how to put that content back where it's going to make the most money. And that's sort of what we are looking at here. And it's incredibly important because that has tremendously increased the volume of disinformation and problematic content we're dealing with. But also it has it's a tremendous volume that is actually starting, but also its volume and its actors that would not exist and would not be doing this if it wasn't for the ability to make money out of it. So this is, as Jake said earlier, you know, it's funding the disinformation industry, but it's not just funding existing actors that are producing disinformation, it's actually creating new actors, new players, and at a very, very fast pace. So I'll stop there, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoire, and indeed for taking us through that disinformation economy, and again, the real life harms and the complexity, I think, of the issue that we're dealing with. And thank you again to all the panelists. This was such a fascinating discussion. I really didn't want it to end. We've only got a few minutes, but I will try and take one or two questions. And I know that we have a request for the floor online from Jason Lambert, who's the Senior Director at Internews. So maybe, Jason, if you could come in, and I'll take one more.
Yeah, hello, and thank you for giving me the floor, and thank you for the invitation. I'd just like to share some things that we've been doing here at Internews that could be relevant. I'll just take a couple of minutes to give you the highlights. We at Internews, we're a 40-year-old organization. We operate in 106 countries and 136 languages last year. And really everything we do is about nurturing the creation of fact-based news and information. So we're an organization focused on combating disinformation really from the heart. And what I would like to just share is that there are some things that we're seeing that are working in this space and how we can work together to make some more progress. So what we did a couple of years ago is we created an initiative called Ads for News. And Ads for News creates country-based lists of trusted news and information providers. And we use our own in-country networks of researchers and journalists to create these lists with local partners as well. So it's based on deep local knowledge. And we also index these sites according to industry standards like the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, GARM. What I'm seeing is that the problems facing news are really many, and why do we need to focus on supporting trusted local news and information? It's that this is really a foundation of democracy, and for major brands like Diageo and many of the others that we talk to, of course, it's a foundation of stable markets that you can get into and sell products into. The more stable a market, the easier it is to sell into those and to be in those markets. What we're seeing working is that we have these conversations at many different levels, and the very encouraging thing is that you're being present in conversations like this. It makes it known that this is something that we need to do something about. And we can say that retrospectively that Google and Meta are the problem, but these are 18 and 25-year-old businesses, and it's about time that we've kind of caught up with that and figured out how to handle the presence of these organizations in our space. Very quickly, the things that we saw happening were that businesses are increasingly aware that they need to participate in markets responsibly. We saw a very different set of reactions in the way that companies exited Russia following its invasion of Ukraine. And that to us really suggested that there's a movement around this, that this concept of social profit, that organizations and brands recognize the interlinkage between having a positive impact on society and deriving financial profit. And this is actually backed up by a study from Yale University, where they found that the share price of those companies that exited Russia has been positively affected by that move. Anyway, in order for us to make progress with sending making sure that more funds come to away from disinformation and towards trusted sources of news, we have lots of partnerships. We have a great partnership with Group M that gives us insights from the industry on how we need to position this, or to make this as a product that brands will engage with. And the other main part of it, which I see that Jake and Conscious Advertising Network really focus on, is measurability. So what we would call for here is that brands undertake to set aside an amount of their advertising budgets towards known providers of trusted news and information, and that they become accountable for measuring that and reporting that out to the sector, because it's an extremely valuable thing. And if you don't measure it, you can't manage it. And that's the way that we're seeing that the progress is happening. So yeah, just to summarize, we're at the coalface of this work. We are seeing progress. We see a shifting tide, I think, in the way that brands and everyone really is having these conversations, facilitated by things like Biden's Democracy Summit and the USAID, the US Agency for International Development, all of whom support these initiatives in a big way. So please, if we can be of any use in these conversations, do come to us here at Int News and our Ads for News initiative. And Pierre, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jason. That was a really important perspective. I can take one question from the floor, and I see the young lady behind there. Please go ahead.
Hello. So I'm a university student from India, and thank you so much for all the points that all the panelists brought. I mean, I think my generation feels this firsthand because we've grown up with social media all around us. And I mean, it's all we've known, so we love it so much. But like when we see these ads on social media platforms, it's so hard to see what is real and what is fake, because we see all of these big companies and we see that, if they are actually advertising here, is the information really real and is it legitimate? So how do I, as a citizen and user of the internet, make sure that the information I'm seeing is actually accurate? Because we're seeing all of these advertisers come. And secondly, what do I do to ensure, like, for example, like with COVID vaccines, there was so much misinformation. What do I ensure that the information is actually fact-checked and like legitimate? So yeah, thank you so much for the panel also.
Thank you very much. And I'm really sorry, we really don't have time for more questions, but I'm sure the speakers can engage with you all afterwards. Can I give the floor to our panelists in turn? And maybe you can also reflect on the excellent question from the young lady, but also one thing.
Pia, I'm sorry, but you are intentionally ignoring me.
I'm so sorry, madam, we really don't have time. Can you engage with the panel afterwards, please? Thank you. Please, Ruchira.
I want to speak. I raised my hands first. You saw me, but you ignored me.
I'm so sorry, madam. Can I give you the floor later then, please, once the panel has managed to speak? Thank you very much.
Yes, please make sure.
Please, Ruchira, you have the floor. Just one suggestion for taking things forward, and from the young lady there, please.
I think partnering with networks like Jason said, like Jake has mentioned, I think we have to build an ecosystem that's about getting to verified and trusted, and also asking for the details, because that's when you can at least safeguard your own presence, and we can help, for example, the young lady there. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say that this is, an attempt to build a big tent to both look and identify the problems within this ecosystem. So one of the pieces of work that we're doing is actively engaging with the platforms. I'll give you an example on climate, with climate mis and disinformation that is going, again, spreading around the world, that apparently climate change is not existing and isn't caused at all by humans. We've been working with Google on a global climate misinformation policy that was rolled out towards the end of 2021, which effectively removes the monetization of content that denies the existence of climate change. So it's not about free speech, it's not removing that content entirely, it's not deplatforming, but it is removing that profit incentive, because we talk a lot about, everybody's got the right to free speech, but you don't have the inalienable right to be promoted by an algorithm. That's not in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, nor do you have the inalienable right to earn money. So there's a question about how do we define what is mis and disinformation with local context. How does that then feed into policy? How is that then enforced and better enforced with local language translation and local people on the ground to identify those problems? And how do we report transparently? There needs to be a better job in terms of monetization being a privilege, and having better due diligence across all of these platforms to make sure that the content that we receive and the content that we all depend on is verifiable and trusted and isn't determined by this profit motive.
Thanks, Pia. Two very brief points. I think in terms of the solutions, we need to be serious about state regulation. I mean, it's a basic principle of international human rights law that states have a responsibility to protect us from harms that would be caused to our rights by corporates. And it remains the case today that the digital sphere is a veritable Wild West when it comes to regulations. There have been some minor developments, and I think in the EU, the DSA recently is a pretty significant development, but we're yet to see it, come into force. Major regulation is required in order to rein in the most destructive aspects, the root causes of many of these harms. And I think, as I was speaking to before, that would have to address invasive profiling and targeted advertising. And related to that, I would say that this doesn't mean the end of the free internet. There are alternatives available, but big tech spends a lot of money, and in fact more than any other sector in the world, on lobbying to convince us that this will be the end of the free internet. But there's a lot of research out there to show that alternative models are just as effective and in fact just as profitable for advertisers. There are multiple examples where brands, companies have shifted towards contextual advertising. So that means if I'm searching for shoes, I find your ad for a shoe brand on that page. It doesn't have to follow me around my life online and offline and know more about me than I know about myself in order to sell me that pair of shoes. So this entire model based on an abuse of human rights does not need to exist. There are alternatives available, and we need to regulate to make sure that happens.
And I'll just add to that, and to the point on the regulation, regulated transparency will also be very critical. At the moment, we're only able to see who is publishing and monetizing for their publishing on Facebook. There is no transparency on YouTube and other platforms. And to the point of the young lady over there, there is a lot of knowledge within the local communities around what particular publishers are problematic. But many of these publishers are still able to register for monetization. So having transparencies that enables civil society to take a look and really deep dive into some of those actors that are publishing and be able to actually convey that message up to the companies so that they can make sure that those actors are not monetizing and making money to support and fuel disinformation.
Thank you very much to the panelists. I'm sorry, we were not going to have time to take your question now. The organizer's asking me to close the panel.
Yes, but you offended me, Pia.
I'm very sorry. I didn't
you
mean
really
to.
offended
Thank you very
me.
much to the panelists.
Because there are so many things that this panel said that, in fact, I disagree.
And engage with the
you are
panelists
demonizing
afterwards.
Facebook and Google and all that. I'm willing to pay without the ads, but can the 2 billion people be willing to pay?
It's a shame to end
You
it like
are
this,
using
Thank you.
one incident, Rohingya, whether with Facebook or Google, it's going to happen if it's perpetuated by a military, isn't it? Don't you think so? And there are 2 billion people who are smart. You cannot dictate them what they want to click on. We are sophisticated watchers and readers too. Do not underestimate us by giving one example like that. I think this is not fair. Many people earn money in Facebook. It gave their sanity during the lockdown. So why are you saying all these bad things about this social media? So I totally disagree with you. And please let us agree to disagree.
test. Test it quick.
Hello.
Thank you everyone for joining. We'll kick off in a bit. Please also don't feel scared to come sit here in the front, especially if you want to engage and ask some questions. And yeah, we'll be starting soon. Thanks everyone. All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for this last session of the day. Today, we'll be covering a topic that pretty much covers every business and human rights or responsible business issue that is out there. It is really trying also to connect many of the things that we have discussed during the forum so far, as well as some of the discussions and the deliberations which we'll be having over the next couple of days tomorrow. So thank you everyone for joining the session entitled Citizens and Consumers, the Missing Link. And I will explain what exactly we mean with this missing link in a bit. But before we do so, I would like to introduce you to our panel. I'm very honored to count the following 3 people among this panel. First of all, on my left, we have Sumi Dhanarajan. She is the Associate Director, Asia Pacific for Forum for the Future. Forum for the Future is a think tank working in partnership with business, governments, and civil society to accelerate the shift towards a sustainable future. Also on my left, we have Stefania Perna, and she is a project manager for the Thomson Reuters Foundation. The Thomson Reuters Foundation is the corporate foundation of Thomson Reuters, which is the global news and information services company, which we all know. TRF works to advance media freedom, foster more inclusive economies, and promote human rights. And finally, and certainly last but not least, on my right, we have Shubho Roy. He is the founder and chair of BIAS, which stands for Behavioral Insights, Architecture, and Strategy. And it is a behavioral science consultancy firm. It is a collaboration between academia, the private sector, and policymakers. And they pioneer behavior change by rewiring human biases which impact decision-making. So we have a very diverse panel here today. And I would briefly like to elaborate the purpose of this session. So most of us by now in this room are familiar with the UNGPs, the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. The UNGPs outline the duty of states to protect human rights and the responsibility of businesses, the duty of states to protect human rights and the responsibility of businesses to respect human rights. Now, a lot of efforts on business and human rights, BHR, have focused on top-down approaches. That is, policy and legislative initiatives by states and human rights due diligence by companies, often still multinational corporations. Now, the architect of the UNGPs, the late John Ruggie, argued that the failure of businesses to meet their responsibility to respect human rights can subject them to the courts of public opinion. And yesterday, the Swedish ambassador said that there is still a contrast between progress at the top and realities on the ground. And he asked us to move from promises towards meaningful action. Now, throughout the forum, we have also heard strong voices from civil society who are calling upon states and businesses to take meaningful action on business and human rights. Now, the major question of this session in front of us today is as follows. We all know pretty much what states and businesses should be doing. However, what role do citizens and consumers play in pushing states and businesses when they conceive their actions as insufficient? Without further ado, let us get into the questions. So first of all, I would like to turn to Sumi. Sumi, throughout your engagements with UNDP, between UNDP and the Forum of the Future, we have really benefited from your thought leadership. And I was wondering whether you could set the scene for our discussion today. So what I would like to ask you, what is the relationship between business and human rights or responsible business on the one hand and social movements on the other? So the relationship between business, human rights and social movements. And what is the role of consumers and citizens in promoting greater business respect for human rights? Thank you, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kevin. Flattery will get you nowhere. Thank you for having me here, and thank you for actually ending today with this. It's a meta question, but it's certainly a very, very important one, and for me, a foundational one as we consider the future of the business and human rights movement, if indeed you can call us a movement. And I think that is I ask that as a question rather than making that a statement. So it's maybe something that you'd want to hold in your minds as we go forward with today's discussion. Are we a movement, and what makes us one? And if we are not, should we be aspiring to be one? And what would it mean to be one? But having made my point of view there, let me do the job and answer Kevin's question by first starting with perhaps, and this is maybe the wannabe academic at heart. Let's just frame up, what is a social movement, or how do we define a social movement? And then look at what its role has been in my opinion, being the genesis of the business and human rights field. So, social movements tend to emerge when there is some sort of grievance or dissatisfaction or concern or anger even about something that is happening, which seems unfair, inequitable, dangerous to us as a society, and where the movement sees there's a need to redress it or to ensure that there's some kind of resistance towards what's going on. So that's the first thing. Comes out of something, the need to act. Secondly, social movements tend to be collective enterprises, and that's important. They're collective enterprises. There is no such thing as a movement of one, and there usually it has to be a movement of many thousands. And I think at some point, Kevin, you want to discuss the point around what creates that tipping point for change, and collective action is one of them. So secondly, it's collective. Thirdly, it's where the individuals and the organizations that are part of that movement feel bound by a shared worldview, a common purpose, a belief on what society should be. And that's what's bringing them together. You might want to refer to that almost like a shared ideology, if you like. And that tends to underpin any social movement that's emerging, particularly shared ideology. And then fourthly, and this is important in the context of what we're seeing in terms of new social movements that are coming about in the digital era, social movements engage in sustained, continuous action to bring about that change. They're not kind of quick, happen over a matter of days and then it goes away. Sometimes it may seem that in the moments where they erupt, but they're usually predicated on a long history of that movement. Just think about modern slavery. All right, and I probably need to go a bit faster on this. Social movements tend to provide the organizational and governance structure for activists to be able to formulate plans and coordinate action. Social movements frame the concerns and frame the solutions. They shape how we interpret the problems and the solutions. And this is important. We see what needs to be done because social movements create a kind of a frame for how we see action needs to be taken, and importantly, why action needs to be taken. So to come to your question, in relation to the business and human rights, in relation to the business and human rights field, social movements have been critical to defining the relationship between business and human rights and saying why we should care when business operates with extractive, exploitative models. What has it done to us, not as individuals, but what is it doing to us as a society to have these kinds of models exist in our economy? And when this goes unchallenged, what are the implications of that? Social movements have been important, therefore, in enabling the business and human rights field to grow because they have shaped the organizational field within which business operate. And they influence the views of business stakeholders, whether they are the public, consumers, prospective employees, business partners, regulators, or governance. Kevin, I'll give some examples of 3 movements which I think have been critical, and there are others, but for me, critical to shaping the business and human rights field. The contemporary business and human rights field, I should say, because in a conversation that we had earlier, we noted that this field has been around for a long, long time. So the contemporary form, so for me, contemporary, you can tell by the gray hairs, probably like 90s, right? 90s, late 90s is contemporary for me. So 3 movements. One, the anti-sweatshop movement, I think in the late 90s, was critical because it put out the idea that we should challenge business models of global supply chains. It raised concerns about this very new model at the time, that if you're Nike or Gap, you can produce your goods in another part of the world with no implications. There are implications, people get exploited. So that was the first. The second, and maybe this is a bias here, it's an issue close to my heart, was the movement around access to medicines. So in the late 90s, those of you who were already working in this field by then, you know, this was the height of the HIV/AIDS crisis. You know, we were seeing 4 million people a day in sub-Saharan Africa getting infected. And the pharmaceutical companies at the time were seen as, you know, they were providing a public good. We make medicines, that's a public good. But what that movement did was to say, that's not enough. You have a core responsibility, not just to make medicines, but to make sure that they're accessible and they're affordable. And that was not what we were seeing at that point in time. So it shifted the idea. It's not enough just to make the goods. And this is relevant to the renewable energy sector now, right? Not enough that renewable energy is a public good. It is, and we need to accelerate it. But we should do it in a way that's ecologically safe and socially just. And the third movement is the extractive, the one that took action against the extractive industry. You know, Shell in Nigeria being a critical one back in the 90s, because that raised for us, I think, a fundamental tenet of the business and human rights field today, which is around free, prior, and informed consent being very important. So let me end by saying that in many ways, social movements have unlocked the business and human rights field's transformative potential, because movements drive us to see the need and to act for change. But the question that I'll end with in my intervention now is that as the business and human rights field has evolved, has it marginalized the role and the agency of social movements? You know, have we made the field one that's predominantly helmed by technocratic experts, possibly people like myself, and policymakers, and taken out the oxygen or the role of social movements as being the driver and the foundation of this field, and to what effect? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sumi. So yeah, a lot of interesting reflections there. I mean, so on your elements of the social movement, so one of the elements, it comes from dissatisfaction or anger. I think in all of our work, many of us work on business and human rights or responsible business or climate change. We do observe dissatisfaction or anger. The question also comes down, I guess, can we bring together these collectives, Sumi, and on shared worldviews? I mean, we have had some discussions, and we will be having discussions tomorrow on globalization, for example. Like, what are these shared worldviews? Can we achieve shared worldviews? So we'll be hearing more about that tomorrow. And sustained, continued action. So how can we achieve that? And as you were asking, are some of the policymakers here in the room, people working for companies, for states, for the UN, perhaps for civil society organizations, are we operating in a silo, and how do we break those silos? So thank you very much, Sumi, for setting that scene. I think that really sets us up for the rest of the session. So Stefania, I would now like to turn to you. So yeah, you work at TRF, again, which is the foundation of the Thomson Reuters Foundation, the Thomson Reuters, so a media company, and you engage with media and journalists on a daily basis. As Sumi has said, throughout history, the media has played really an indispensable role in bringing business-related human rights abuses into the public domain. You mentioned many examples. We can also think, for example, of the Bhopal incident in the 1984, or even in the 17 and 1800s, when Europe was colonizing the world, and when, even though there was not such a strong media as there is today, when consumers in Europe became aware of these issues, they did start to boycott some tea, for example. So that is some of the history. Now, Stefania, I want to ask you, again, kind of to set the scene for us, what is the role of the media in promoting greater business respect for people on the planet? Yeah, and how does that link to citizens and consumers? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kevin, and let me thank you also for inviting us to this panel. It's a pleasure being here, and it's a pleasure sharing the panel with such renowned friends and speakers. So my name is Stefania, and I'm a project manager, as Kevin has said, at the Thomson Reuters Foundation. So Kevin has before just mentioned and touched upon the three main work areas on which we focus, but let me repeat them. So the Thomson Reuters Foundation works to foster inclusive economies, to promote human rights through our pro bono legal support, but also, of course, we focus a lot on media freedom. So media freedom, of course, it's a big focus, as I just said, and it's why we focus on that, because we want societies to be free and open. And how do we have that? Well, when there is a healthy media system, and when information is inspired by specific principles that are according to which the information is reliable, is independent, there is integrity, and information is free from bias. So when you ask me what is the role of the media has played an important role, as you just said, and this is the role which is informing, right? So, and informing is what media should do, and there is no doubt about it. It's more a question, how can we ensure that the information is received by the public and is perceived according to the principle to which information should aspire to? So unbiased, reliable, independent, and founded on integrity. So this is what we aim, right? So information should really be inspired by this principle. But if we look at reality, we see a reality which is quite different, definitely complex and multifaceted. So if we look at media organization, we have some media that actually report and provide an information that aspires and is independent, reliable, unbiased, and based on integrity. However, we can also see that in many cases, information is not just relied focus on news. It also adds on. It's complemented by opinion pieces, and opinion pieces sometimes are used and captured, and this is where we have disinformation. So this is a global trend, and it's not just focused on Thailand, it's not just focused on any specific countries. But if we want to look at what the Thai media ecosystem, if we want, looks like, we can see, and a report that has been published just recently by the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism. What has revealed is the way in which Thai information is perceived is often characterized by sensationalism. What it means that information or issues are reported only where something that cannot be ignored is there. And also it kinds of is perceived with a negative tone. Before entering and start working in Thailand, so we're currently developing, implementing a project here in Thailand and in other countries, which focuses on strengthening the capacities of journalists, independent and in newsrooms on how they can report specifically on issues related to modern slavery, to forced labor, and human trafficking. So the way in which, before entering and before really shaping and contextualize our training, we've also looked at the Thai media ecosystem and how it is perceived when we look at modern slavery and human trafficking. And those two like global trends that I've just mentioned before have been depicted also at the national level. The way in which the public perceives foreigners, migrant workers. So we've heard about aliens, like migrant workers being depicted as aliens. And and this comes also through the news, and the effect that has had on the public is a sort of disattachment, mistrust, and a relationship which is not for the audience to rely as it used to be on the media to provide reliable information. So there is a problem there. There is a problem that needs to be addressed. And this is where we enter and this is how we focus our work with journalists in Thailand. So, and in other countries actually. And in order to improve that reporting that I said before, and going back to your question, so how can the media play a role that actually provide a call to action for the public to actually request from the bottom up accountability for actors to actually implement responsible business practice? Well, we think that by including into our trainings and the way in which we relate to journalists one specific journalism technique, which is called solution journalism, we are able to shift the focus from a news which is often reported as a sensational and possibly with a negative tone, depicting it in a constructive way. I mean, Sumi, you also mentioned before, and it's kind of a buzzword, no? Solution. We need to look for solutions. And solution journalism is a technique that does exactly this. And why is it so powerful? Because it's still founded on rigorous reporting. And it's a kind of a two-tiers approach, right? So we still investigate and find the issue, but in order to report on the issue, we look at what actors that are working to address these issues, what is that they are doing. And so by reporting from a solution perspective, so by reporting on what civil society are doing, what are the solutions and the initiative that they have available, we're able to identify not just a path towards what is left to be done. So by learning on the successes and the failures of what main actors are doing, we are able to identify what is the missing link, who else do we need to bring into the picture, and how can we identifying a call to action for social movement and the general public to actually request those changes that are needed from a bottom-up perspective. So this is very much one of the techniques. I'm not saying that this is a fit-for-all solution. I'm saying that what we've witnessed by using this technique is a different engagement, and it's a solution that complements investigative journalism and what has so far contributed to bring important issues to the attention of the public. So to sum up, media really need to keep on informing. There is a level and a quality of information that needs to be respected, and there are not magic spells, but definitely guidelines. And what we witnessed is solution journalism, so presenting an issue from a solution perspective can really create a constructive approach and bring together, again, the audience and the media. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stefania. I would like to come back to you later about how this relates to other stakeholders, if that's okay. And we turn to Shubho now. So Shubho, completely different topic, what we'll be talking about now, but certainly related. So just as a bit of background for everyone, Shubho and his firm and UNDP have been working to map the knowledge, attitudes, and practices of Asian youth on responsible consumption. That is, a consumption where youth buy products that are made with respect for human rights and without environmental impacts, or least environmental impacts as possible. Now, Shubho, we've been looking at whether young people think these kind of purchasing practices are important, and whether those attitudes translate into people using their money to purchase such products. We've heard a lot about the roles, the potential roles of citizens. Still, based on the findings of your research, why do we still have a gap among youth and consumers, despite various awareness raising and advocacy initiatives? And what is the perspective of behavioral science on this?
Am I audible? Yeah, thank you. I think this was the first time that I heard the word that citizen and consumers are two different animals. To be honest, in our behavioral science perspective, the consumer is a citizen, and every citizen tends to be a consumer. However, they tend to behave very differently, as I'll show you in a minute's time. All of you need to answer one simple question. Do you think that you are a smart buyer? That's it. Raise your hand if you think you're a smart buyer. Yeah. Do you think you are a responsible citizen? Yeah, many more hands, as I was expecting. Yeah. Yes. Now, how many of you would like to raise both hands at the same time? That when you are trying to buy, and the last time you visited the shopping mall, or you were searching something online, you were actually putting on the hat of a responsible citizen and trying to assess and do a due diligence on the ethical practices in terms of the environmental practices or the labor practices. Raise your hands if you can do both. You cannot. The reason you can't do is it's almost like asking somebody to ride a cycle and read a book at the same time. The answer lies in different mental models. When you put on the hat of a consumer, you're trained to do three things: look, select, buy. But it's much more complicated than that. You're invariably going to, your parameters of consideration would be the price, good deal, bad deal, is there a bargain, is there a special offer, whether the garment or the accessory or electronics, what we're buying, will suit you or not, and how will others look at it, social signaling. And the third part of it is how will you justify it after you have purchased it? Nowhere in the scheme of things would you ever consider ethical practices or responsible. It doesn't come naturally. However, the same you, when you will see a topic or a discussion or a social media, as Tiffany was talking about, or a social movement, you will genuinely, and I'm raising this point and I'm being honest about it, you'll genuinely care for it and will raise your voice. The question of the research that we embarked was that for the youth, and imagine we are all educated, more aware about UNGPs and other products, that's why we are here. An average college-going kid, how do you expect them to merge these two roles? So some of the biases that we saw were interesting. First and foremost, when asked what are the information areas or parameters that you consider, and they chose the parameters like any one of you would do: price, discount, schemes available, after sale service, before sale service, the quality of good, the new things, the novelty of the design, and all stuff. Nowhere did they pick up environmental practices. That's not the information they're seeking. And before, I also know the moment I ask you that what would be the remedy, all of you will jump and say more information and create awareness. And I'll talk about that because that's the second bias that we saw. There's a flip side to it. Information, there's plenty of it in this world. There's an information overload today. It is about which information would the brain of the youth pick up and which information is engaging for them. So when people ask me that as a behavioral science, what kind of information works with youth? And I simply say that if it's retweetable and Instagrammable, it's going to work. Anything which makes me get into a cognitive overload in terms of that makes me think, and nobody takes out a spreadsheet, sorry. It's only for conferences like this where we'll deliberate on a point. In reality, things happen like this. You like something, you purchase. You'll think about the model of the car, you'll think about the EMI, you'll think about the loan, you don't think about labor practices. Nobody does that, at least the youth. So that's the second bias. The third one was even more interesting. When you ask them, what is sustainability and do they actually care about it? They'll say yes, but many of you might be skeptical about it and say that, okay, they are just doing lip services because they don't believe in it. The answer is they too. We did what is called an implicit bias tests. There's a psychology-based tests where they can't fool the machine, though there are words which come up and they have to quickly decide. And the results were very optimistic. 90% and more youth feel genuinely for sustainability. Now, this is a classic issue. There's an intent, but it does not result into action. And this intent-action gap is something that we are studying on. Yes. Moving to the last point that I want to make on the information. We have to be very careful about what kind of information. Because one of the mental associations and the biases that we saw, because that's what we study, was that when you ask them about sustainability, there's a very strong mental association with environment. Kudos. But the point is, it overshadows associations with labor. So when you ask an average youngster, what does responsible consumption mean and how do you connect it with sustainability? Their answer would be, yes, it means reuse, reduce, and recycle. It means that I switch off the air conditioning and I save water. It does not get into consumerism, and it has very weak associations with labor exploitations and even weaker associations with CSR activities of a company. And when you probe further, and our research says that it's interesting why it doesn't happen, because somewhere there's not a logical linkages with how the labor practices at the back end impact my life, how a brand investing in initiatives in a remote village impact my brand, whereas there's still, the media has played a very strong role in having a logical mental model of how environment relates to me. So in environment, I can still easily connect and relate to that. So those are the biases and those are the key findings from it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shubho. I see you've touched the audience. Okay, so I want to follow up on this. So if you had to wear a producer's hat, so you talked about social issues, how products are produced, what are the working conditions of people, for example. So if you had to wear the producer's hat, the person developing the product, what do you think are his motivations to respect human rights and beyond complying with legal requirements? And it means, like, is there a business case for respecting human rights?
There is, and it's a double-edged sword. And before that, I have to tell this, and this is very interesting, and probably will relate to this. When people try to understand why people don't wake up 6 a.m. in the morning and go to a gym, behavioral scientists say why they don't go to bed at 10 a.m. in the night. And before you ask me this question, is there a business case? Let's define businesses. Businesses are made of leaders. Leaders are human beings. The answer, at least to an extent, lies in the motives of an individual. At least in India, the average CEO's tenure is 3.5 years. And if your tenure is 3.5 years and the organization is focused on short-term goal achievements, then, of course, profit maximization is your business case. But the moment you extend this time horizon and you look at companies and said, okay, what about 20 years? Then it makes a perfect business case, because by that time, the social impact or the reputational potential damages have a monetary value that can be assigned to it. Businesses are trained to think of monies because they're, at the end of the day, as I always say, they're in the business of business. So the moment you extend this timeline, then of course, because there are 3 dimensions to it. 1, reputational damages are instant. B, reputational damages lead to monetary losses. 3, a brand is more than the intrinsic or the extrinsic value of the product or services. Brand is the halo effect. So if tomorrow a certain footballer keeps aside a certain drink, there is a butterfly impact in the stock markets in New York and Wall Street. And in the long run, I think the moment you extend the horizon, you will see this myopia diminishing. So there is a business case, according to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shubho. Okay, so I guess this is also where opinions get polarizing. We've also heard from other speakers at the forum who also sometimes said, like you said as well, actually, like sometimes there's a business case. You say in the long term, there's always a business case. Well, actually, I want to ask this question to you, Sumi. I don't know if you want to respond to this. What do you think? Is there a business case? And I might ask Stefania as well if she wants to comment.
Kevin is being mischievous. He wants me to say there isn't. And I will comply by saying if there was one thing that I would do differently in my career over the last, oh gosh, I won't give away how many years in this field, it would have been back in the 90s not to make the business case. That would be the one thing I wish I'd done differently, was to not say there is a business case for complying with human rights. Because what it then set up was a whole path dependency of always having to say, you know, if you comply with human rights, you will ensure that your reputation's intact. You will be able to employ people that you want, that you want to employ, and will want to come and work for you. That you'll make sure that you're going to continue. The business case has in my opinion set us on the wrong path, because ultimately this has to be values based, and I think we're seeing it now, right? You know, one of the things that we are working to do is to move from a compliance-led approach to business and human rights to a purpose-led approach by business to meet human rights standards. And I think in that move to being purpose-led, it has to be anchored in values. I just think as long as we are in the current economic model of growth with short-termism, Shubho, you pointed it out in what you just said, right? As long as we are in this model, then you know there is a business case for extraction and exploitation. There's not really a business case for being socially just and regenerative in your approaches. And so, and you know, I guess that's my view on things. And I think one of the things that's perpetuating the current model of profit maximization is actually a lot of the work that we're doing in ESG compliance. I think it actually perpetuates that model rather than actually shifting us onto another path.
Would you like to respond?
Yes, let me just switch it on. So may I agree with you. I think my personal take on this, and could be wrong, is that in the long term, no matter how hardcore a capitalist company you are, your chances of survival is only dependent if your business is purpose-led. So in my own personal, and you can unquote me later on, okay, is that all private sector companies and all companies will move towards social enterprise. But that's where what you're talking about, purpose meets enterprise. Because you need the profits, whether your business model is for profit, not profit, applying back a certain profit based on grants, based on funds, there are different business models of it. But what we are saying, and because we work lots with startups and others who are into the social enterprise, profit, I think, has been victimized and also made a villain out a lot in the short term. Profits are good. and profits are required provided they're used for the right purpose. And the means of getting that profit is ethical and sustainable. And I think that's on that part. So may I agree with you that in the larger scheme, in the longer run, there are no other ways that a business can survive. Because at the basic core level of any conglomerate is that it is responsible for at least its employees. And it is a creation of job that they're into. So no way you can say that this business is not into social enterprises. All businesses are, and all businesses will be a social enterprise in the future. There are no other ways. Thanks.
Okay, so I also think you're not that far apart. I mean, also what you're saying, as long as we have short-termism, there is not a business case to respect human rights, right? Because there might be personal interest for, say, a director to act in a certain way. But then on the long term, different story. And actually, I think you said something on the same line, right? In the long term, there might be a business case, but, or am I twisting your words?
I think what I'm saying is that we shouldn't have we shouldn't have had the paradigm of the business case as our foundation for the business and human rights movement. Had we started it with the paradigm being that there is a need for businesses as part of society to respect human rights, because otherwise you should not be part of a society, that would have been the right foundation to begin on. We began on the wrong foundations, and now we're paying the price for it.
Thank you. Stefania, do you want to comment?
Yeah, thank you. And it's fascinating. It's great to be part of this conversation because as part of the work that we do, we also engage with businesses and private sector actors in the different countries where we operate, Thailand, India, Malaysia and Colombia, right? So I would actually agree with both of you because if the system was different, we would have not needed a business case, right? But on the other hand, the business case is there. And just the other day, we had a small multi-stakeholder conference in which we hosted one business from Thailand who is actually implementing responsible business practices because they believe in it, because they want to advance on it, and because they truly and genuinely believe that this is the way forward. However, we cannot be naive. Probably this is still 10%. Let's hope it will get 40, 50, and then 100% in the long run. But on the other hand, there are many other businesses that are not yet on that path and look at profit as the main objective. However, at the same time, is having a business case and is building a business case necessarily negative? What we are seeing in our engagement and also to influence our stakeholders to actually act upon responsible business practice is to present a business case that shows that if in the medium and short term, business don't actually take important action towards responsible business practice, and we have seen that because of the international regulation that are cascading down, human rights due diligence is one of them, it's actually important and urgent to do something and to act. So the business case, yes, it's a downturn, we can be naive, but it can also be an opportunity to show, well, if you don't act now, your business and your profit will be affected in the medium and long term because the environment, the complexity of the environment and international regulation are changing in a way that we all want business to become social enterprises in the future.
Okay, well, thank you, everyone. Okay, so now we've heard a couple of things. What are social movements? What is the role of citizens and consumers? What can media do? What are the attitudes, the knowledge, attitudes, and practices of young people in Asia when it comes to responsible consumption, and how does that influence companies? And we have now discussed the business case. So now let us bring all of this together. So how do we leverage the power of citizens and consumers to push duty bearers? And let us talk also perhaps about the concept of social tipping points. So the other day I read an article in a newspaper that triggered my interest in this. So researchers whose work was published in Science, the academic journal, in 2018, they discovered that a critical threshold was passed when the size of a committed minority reached roughly 25% of the population. So that means that when 25% of the population became convinced that they need to take action on something, and they actually started to take action. Now, at this point, when this is what the researchers of the paper argue, is that at this point, 25% of the people in a certain society, social conventions suddenly flip. And they found that between 72% and 100% of the people in the experiments started to change their opinions and behavior. And I quote, destroying apparently stable social norms. Now, I would like to ask all of you, actually, whether we can reach such a tipping point with business and human rights. But to answer that question, we first need to establish what defines us as a business and human rights movement. What is the transformative potential of our collective movement, and how can we reach a tipping point that turns citizens and consumers into key drivers for business and human rights? And I would like to start with Sumi, please.
It's like Russian roulette, this. Thanks, Kevin. And I'll go back to the question that I ended my first point with, which is, have we marginalized the role and agency of social movements? And if we go that, maybe that is our answer to creating tipping points. But to achieve that tipping point, we need for citizens to feel safe. We need for 25% of the global citizens to feel safe, to be able to raise their concerns and resist certain forms of business practices. And at the moment, we don't have that. In this region, we don't have that. Our civic space is shrinking. So how are even 25% of our citizens going to feel safe to raise concerns about the business practices when there is such a tight lock between businesses and governments? That's the critical challenge, and I think for me it's the critical barrier to be able to reach that tipping point here, the shrinking civic space. However, maybe there are new forms of expressing resistance in this region, and we're seeing it. I mean, Shubha, you've worked with young people. There are new forms of social movements emerging. Question will be whether these social movements are resilient. There's an interesting piece of research that was done to say, whereas the great thing about these new social movements is that they tend to come up very quickly, they tend to have vast numbers, but the shadow side of them is that they also, what the Chinua Achebe say, things fall apart, the center cannot hold. These social movements tend to not have a center where things fall apart because they haven't had the ability to build the organizational space amongst them for leadership to emerge. So, that's a space that we still need to watch in terms of new ways of expressing resistance. I think the other barrier to achieving social tipping points may be that, we're facing future unknowable ecological and social disruptors. We don't know. We really don't know what some of the impacts of climate breakdown will be. I mean, we know in terms of what it's going to mean when we hit 2 degrees, but we really don't know the full swathe of impacts it will have. And it does then require us as social movements, as citizens and consumers, as agents or actors in these social movements, to be able to behave in agile, adaptive ways. And to keep that. And so that will be the second thing we'd need to do. We need to be able to take far more, we need to be able to build social movements that can work and thrive in conditions of uncertainty, because uncertainties are coming quick and fast, and we can't, our oxygen or energy can't be depleted where we hit something that we're not recognizing and we don't know how to go forward on. And the third thing I think that will enable us to reach these tipping points is to break that lock that's created by this model of growing infinitely. If we can set a new frame of our economy that's to a just and regenerative paradigm, what does it mean? Not to have a sustainable economy, because we know that doesn't work anymore. Sustainable is not enough. We need to regenerate, restore, replenish the earth and its people, because we've just extracted so much that we can't just maintain anymore. If we can reset towards this deep transition towards a just and regenerative economy, then maybe we have a then maybe you have a chance.
Does anyone want to comment?
Somebody from the audience probably, or should I come in? Yeah, the way behavioral scientists look at it is slightly different. It's reciprocity and herd mentality and the social signaling. Human beings are social animals. We want to belong to a group and we want to belong to a purpose. The problem is we're more likely to come together if there's a theme than if it's against a powerful person. So that's why many people would always suggest, and especially women and others are advised, that if you're in a narrow lane and you are being attacked, instead of shouting that save me from this guy, shout fire, fire, fire. Then more people will turn, and then of course you can take care of the perpetrator. So I think one of the areas that we need to research more is that how do they come together? There's not much literature around it, okay? And it's very difficult to generalize 25%, 30%, 10%. Many of the movements, okay, whether it's Arab Spring or even like the farmers' protest or anything, the universities in India. And I'm not passing a judgment on them, just looking at the movement, how do they create? It starts with few people talking about a theme. There's something which triggers more people to join in. And before you know, the media and the social media plays a very strong role. The problem is the momentum, as you're correctly saying. What baffles is the momentum and the purpose. There's a dilution of both. Many people are interviewed often by researchers on the day 4th or day 5th of the movement that do remember the purpose why you're here. And that's where they will simply say the herd mentality that my friends and others asked me to be a part of this movement, so I'm here. But I'm still a little bit more away from the center or the core topic. By the time you reach a substantial chunk, there's further and further dilution of that information and this misinformation. Only information is then centered around the core team which started. And then things start falling apart and then chaos. So this is what we need to be careful about. That how do you manage the information? How do you manage the information disparity and the misinformation so that there's no dilution of either the purpose or this misinformation in terms of the momentum? Thank you.
I just add one more point.
Yeah.
I completely agree that momentum and purpose and not being vulnerable to dilution is a key point. But I will reiterate safety. And in this region, that is critical. If we do not feel safe going out on the streets and standing in front of a shell, then that is going to dissipate a movement very, very quickly.
Exactly. That was my starting point, that people are much more comfortable standing up for a theme. But the moment you ask them to stand up against a power, the power could be an organization, it could be an university, it could be a corporate, it could be a government, okay? Things become different. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so perhaps an intermezzo. Are there any questions from the floor at this stage? Okay, let me turn to the virtual participants in that case. So someone is asking 4 questions, so I'll pick some of these out, and it's about consumers. So I will first turn to Shubo. Okay, so what is your opinion on the divide between consumers being alert and not dependent on price of product to make a value judgment, as compared to those who can't afford such costs and depend on sales?
Okay, let me just read. And why don't you ask all the questions so that...
Okay, sure. So the divide between consumers being alert and not dependent on price of product to make a value judgment, as compared to those who can't afford such costs.
The perennial problem. So if the football becomes $20, do I care about the child labor behind it? Versus if it becomes $100 because of organized. There's no simple answer to it. But if you ask pricing strategists and economists, they do have an answer which is called cross-subsidizing or market-based, okay? So you do charge some footballs at $100, so subsidize for it. And it can never be an excuse, Kevin, that I will allow a society or an organization for pricing advantages to exploit somebody else. And very often, you will hear it from both consumers that, okay, I'll turn a blind eye because as long as it's given to me at a cheaper price because I can't afford it. And organizations are saying that I'm in this low cost business and low profit margins. So where do I have the capex to invest in this? At the end of the day, there is no gray line when it comes to human rights. It's either black or white. If you need to exploit resources, natural resources or labor to give a price advantage, it is illegitimate, if not illegal. So that's my personal view, that you cannot simply justify it by saying, I have a price advantage. You cannot.
Thank you. And now actually back to Stefania again. So we go back to the media. So you've also been working at TRF with different organizations, right? It's not just media. So besides the media, what do you think are some of the key stakeholders that can enable an ecosystem level approach to ensure responsible business?
Thanks, Kevin. And it's interesting that this question comes after we talked about like how can social movement be stronger. And one of the points that Roy, you were making is getting together, because one person is weaker than a group. So in our work and in the way in which we relate to the different stakeholders, collaboration, it's at the core of it. And really, as an actor in this field, what our role is really to facilitate connection and really facilitate the collaboration among these different stakeholders. But stakeholders is quite a generic word, isn't it? And we use it a lot, probably too much sometimes. When we refer, and why I refer to stakeholders, I mean the private sector, the civil society, and of course the media. We covered the media just now, right? But in these among these three stakeholders, civil society is definitely one of the key actors for us, one actor that we engage with, and one actor that we engage with in order to unblock the collaboration with the other stakeholders. So the media, the private sector, and actually I left out one important actor, which is the legal actor, so the lawyers and those who provide legal advice. Why I say this? Because I don't want always to bring back the discussion to what we do, but this is very much the way in which we interact in the different contexts in which we operate with these different stakeholders. So we talked about the media just now, right? And now I'm saying, well, the civil society can unblock the role of the media as well. So there is a connection, there is a need for connection between civil society and the media. And we've looked before at solution journalism as a way in. But that's not just the only one. And the reason why we want media and civil society to come together more closely is because what we've observed is that there has been historically a kind of misunderstanding of what are the roles and the rule of engagement in this relationship. So we have civil society counting on the media, sometimes to work a little bit like as their comms department, right? So we tell you something and you just need to report it because this is what we do and this is what we want to see in the media. But if you remembered, what we just said is that the media needs to be independent, the information that comes across needs to be unbiased, etc., etc. So the role of the media in the relationship with the civil society still need to be independent. We've seen how through solution journalism we can still create a connection. But more than anything, what we do is bringing together civil society and the media through journalism training, and specifically what we call dual track. Again, another fancy word, but basically we try to train both civil society in how they communicate with the media, and the media in how to communicate with civil society and grasping the important information to break down those barriers. And by breaking down those barriers, we create, of course, collaboration, we identifying area for potential collaboration, and also we show immediately the benefit of it. What I mean by that. Just a couple of months ago, we had one of these interaction session between the media and journalists. And we were actually quite surprised that it happened so quickly. And after a couple of weeks, a journalist contacted us to thank us that we put them in touch with the civil society. Why? Because the civil society organization engaged in a rescue operation of a girl being trafficked at the border of India. And because of that connection that we created, well, we facilitated, we really didn't create it, but we facilitated, the civil society invited the journalists to join that rescue operation. And as a result of it, the journalists actually came out with a story about it. And this connection allows the journalists to also follow up on that story. And then what we said before, going against sensationalism and creating a narrative that engaged the public in a different way. So this is one of the way, right? So media and civil society. But let's look at the civil society itself and how we relate to them and what we think it's a good way forward also to keep on strengthening and contributing to empower them in the ecosystem. So as a Thomson Reuters Foundation, we have a program which is called Trust Law, and we basically provide pro bono legal support to civil society and social enterprises. This pro bono legal support really look at how we can support these actors when it comes to legal issues. We know the civil society are at risk of end up in legal cases, and with providing them support that help them identifying what is the legal structure under which they operate. We are able to support them and also to provide them with legal research that then they can use for advocacy and campaigning. So we were discussing consumer campaigning, etc. And this is something that we've looked at. So the campaigning, why is it so important? And we've engaged the discussion around campaigning in multi-stakeholders meeting. Because what the campaign does is not just providing an information and raising awareness. What it does is a call to action. And so when we look at the ecosystem, it's okay, the international regulation, it's okay, the national regulation, but how do we create that demand from the bottom to actually enable consumer campaignings and social movement to actually request accountability for those who need to implement responsible business practice? So this is, and just last point, because I cannot leave out the business, can I? So businesses, of course, are the main actor and important action in how to enable responsible business practices. And what we are doing, again, through civil society, is showing to businesses at the ecosystem that civil society actually have a lot of services, a lot of initiatives that could actually be made available to the private sector and businesses to actually make them advance on responsible business practice. Let me mention helplines, grievance mechanism, responsible recruitment practices, etc., etc., etc. So these are things that, or actions or initiatives that civil society does. And if businesses, and this is what we're trying to do, embedding these practices developed by civil society into business practices, then it allows businesses to actually promote and advancing on responsible business. I've been waving. I've seen Kevin waving to me because I need to be short, but this is very much so. So the ecosystem, three stakeholders, legal is an important input into this, and this is how we civil society, and this is how we aim for the ecosystem to support an advancement in responsible business practices.
Yeah, thank you so much for bringing all that together, because I was saying this because I really also want to ask this question to Sumi because it relates so well to what you said, right? So you say we need this ecosystem, and Sumi, you were saying, you were talking about civic space. Yes, so I guess the ability of social movements and collective action to thrive comes when there's a robust civil society. And we've heard Stefania talk about how can we have this ecosystem where all these actors work together. But you said in Asia Pacific, civic space is shrinking drastically, or at least in some parts of Asia Pacific. So how do we respond to these barriers to enable citizens and consumers to take action?
Thanks, Kevin. And I think I talked about this earlier. So I will make one final short point in answer to that. And it's a question, actually. What if businesses related to us as citizens and not consumers? What if that was our paradigm? So what if businesses related to us as citizens and not consumers? How would that change things? And I really value the question that came before from the audience around the consumer haves and the consumer have-nots, because much of our discussion today has been premised on the consumer haves, not the consumer have-nots. And the consumer have-nots are the ones that require food, energy, housing, medicines. You have no choice there, and yet you are in a system. So what if we change how businesses related to us and related to us as citizens and not consumers, and in their purpose, in their ownership, in their financing, in their networks and their governance, this becomes the central tenet by which businesses organize themselves.
Thank you, Sumi. I'm looking at my watch. We have 6 minutes left. Okay, please, can you keep your question to 30 seconds because we only have a little time?
Yes, this is a follow-up on what Roy has said regarding the 20 and the 80. So like, how will it be, how are we gonna close the gap of the 60? So now my question is, who will pay for the higher cost of the products that are produced by the responsible business people? Will you pass it again to the consumer at higher cost, or shall the state subsidize it? And then whose duty is it to monitor all of these products that comes into the market? I mean, you had this very good, interesting analogy of the price range. So what do you think?
Honestly speaking, there are no answers to it, but there are new business models, and that's where I think, as Sumi have been talking about, as many have been talking about, the pricing paradigm has to be relooked at too. Why do I say there are some innovations taking place? And there was this gentleman named Schumpeter who believed that incremental strategies don't lead to innovation. You need creative disruption. One of the things that I'll talk about is an expensive industry when nobody thought that kind of innovation can be done was cars. How can a car maker reinvent and absorb the costs? A classic question, okay? Will you pass it on, or there would be a role of the state where it will be tax subsidies or rebates, the usual. But at the end of the day, it's circular, isn't it? The government won't pay from its pocket; it will come from a tax.
From the consumers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will come back to the consumer. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. What they did was that they analyzed and said, what are the unnecessary, and that's the power of reputational learning. They did something which is called bulk booking. So in a state, they invested heavily in the community development. And when people in that state wanted to buy cars, there were no intermediary sales costs or advertisement costs involved, because there were at least 50 people or 100, they went together, they said, this is our booking. Businesses have to be really innovative about it. But there's no way can I pass it on, because honestly speaking, if I pass it on, pure economics would say that demand, there would be an impact on demand the moment prices go up. There's no way that the government can subsidize it beyond a certain point. We have to constantly innovate. The innovation could be in the manufacturing. The innovation got to be in the way we do sales and marketing. The innovation got to be in the way we look at HR and financing, IT. And that's why one of the most critical aspects that, or at least my takeout from today, was that business and human rights is seen as a vertical or as a department in big organizations. Whereas if it becomes a culture, it's a much more horizontal. The marketing person has to be sensitized towards business and human rights, because only then can he or she or they can come up with innovative ways of doing it. The supply chain too, the HR, the finance, and there are solutions possible. As I was saying, that there are ways that where we can relook at the cost centers. And because one of the powers of social movements, or one of the powers of doing good, is that the reputational good can also lead to consumer traction. And the consumer traction then removes many of the intermediary costs that today organizations have to bear to get one consumer. So it does give you a competitive advantage, provided we look at really creative and what we call innovative ways of doing it. Thank you.
Just to add, normally in the costing structure of any product, the manufacturing cost is probably 20%. The rest are all branding, manufacturing, advertising, and distribution costs.
Exactly.
So if we can get rid of the media part, advertising, probably we can really lower the cost, and it's doable.
Yeah. And again, it brings to the short term versus the long term, isn't it? In the short term, it's easier for me to simply increase my reach, increase my advertising spends. Okay. Whereas all these things take time, and that's why I so agree with Sumi's point that in the long term, businesses have to look at the rising, and I'm honestly, with the rising costs, they do not have an option but to get inventive and innovative about it. There's no, and that's the point that I was talking when I was talking that all businesses will end up becoming social enterprises because it's the ecosystem which will force them to do so. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take one more question from the floor before we close. Yeah, I see a hand there.
Thank you so much. So my name is Mackenzie, and I work at the Satsin Graduate Institute of Business of Chulalongkorn University in Bangkok. In recent years, we've shifted our ethos to sustainability through entrepreneurial mindset. And so when we onboard new MBA and EMBA students, we bring them through a purpose-driven skills and values module to imbue the purpose of using business as a vessel through which we can build a better, a smarter, more sustainable and just world. So I want to pose a question to Sumi and to Shubha as well. I know that we talked about social movements in the context of civil society, but have you studied social movements that exist within the context of young professional networks, within even corporate structures? Because we want to galvanize a community of advocates and of leaders that are willing to both stand up against what is wrong and join together in values-based action. So how do we create responsible citizens out of all, including future business leaders? Thank you.
Thank you. I love that question, and it's one of my next little bugbears. Absolutely. I think the professions are where we need to look next. And Stefania's organization, TRF, does that with lawyers. I think, each profession, the reason why I say this is because each profession has its own values and logics, which determines how that profession responds to a problem. Architects respond to a problem in a particular way because their discipline tells them that you have to look at it in this way, and understand the problem in this way and have the solutions. Lawyers look at it in a particular way. Teachers look at it in a particular, doctors look at it, and I don't think we've actually paid enough attention to being able to change the mental models of each profession so that their values and logics align to the outcomes that we want. So, kudos for doing that. I hope that more investment goes into that area.
Completely agree with you. The problem is, and I'll talk about my own country. There are incubation hubs, there are enough startups, India, unicorns coming up every day, the media talks about it. The issue is that social enterprises, there's nothing wrong with starting with a dream. The problem is, in a country like India, there are at least 2 million to 10 million different sources, social enterprises. Most of them don't fail, but most of them don't scale. The problem is when you go out for the first seed capital or the Series A. It's very difficult to change the paradigm that Sumi was talking about initially, because the people who are going to invest in your organization to help you scale that impact, okay, they are very profit-centric. And the problem is that our obsession with hockey sticks, you understand, you're from a B school, that how it goes down and the potential growth that we show in terms of consumer base. It's very difficult to show the social impact of what I'm going to do. It's much easier to create fancy spreadsheets to say the number of consumers that I'm going to get and the potential profit and the potential unicorn that this will become in the future. I think this will change because when your batch becomes the next set of Series A investors in the coming days, they will walk into a room and ask us, we'll talk about the business later on. First, let's talk about the impact numbers. What is it that we are going to bring? And it is that tomorrow that we are waiting for. Because one day, I would be really proud if not me, but you are sitting here and talking about this. And that day will come soon. Thank you.
Okay, I think we've reached the end of the session. Maybe we can take one more question. Anyone? Does anyone have one more question? Final question.
Hi, try to keep it short. Just a quick reflection and also a question. I think when we talk about what consumers can do, and I think this is a problem in emerging markets, particularly in Asia, the reality is I think Sumi's referred to it in other forums as well. There's a very close relationship between the governments and corporate sector. And for example, I'm from Thailand. We have problems with monopolistic and oligopolistic companies. So when you tell consumers, buy the change you want, the choices are limited. You can't, right? That space is extremely limited. As for the media, Stefania, what I've realized, I work on clean air, right? And now you think, okay, we all breathe to remain alive. In discussions with the media, what the feedback I've gotten is, if it's a news that doesn't move the stock market, we're not interested in covering it, which is sad. And also I agree with you on opinions. There's always an issue because specifically in Thailand, one thing they don't do very well is they don't give the profile of the person who wrote the opinion. Therefore, the reader doesn't know how independent that individual is. If you have that, we will be able to do it. I come from the finance field, and you're required to do that by law, to have to say who wrote this article, what is their background. So I guess I wanted to find out from your wealth of experience on the panel, how do you break that impasse? Because civil society space is shrinking, and pushing for change is very limited coming from the consumer side. And there's very strong oligopolistic, monopolistic power coming from the corporate sector. So I'd be interested to hear, what has worked elsewhere, because what I'm sharing is not something unique.
No, it's absolutely not something unique. So in the relationship and in the engagement that we had with journalists and with civil society, let's narrow it down to the 4 countries where we work, right? So one is Thailand, Malaysia, India, and Colombia. It's exactly for this reason that we try to enter and provide support to journalists. What I've said to answer the first question, so there is a certain level of information, or information should aspire to certain principles, right? But the media ecosystem, do we want to call it a media ecosystem, does not respect always those elements. And actually, if we look at statistics around how the audience engages with the media, we've noticed that as a result of COVID, but not only, there has been a disengagement. And the way in which information is now built is to give a very quick, simple solution to everything. And the amount of attention that you get from the public is with thumbs up, is a very simplified way of communicating, which sometimes doesn't mean that the complexity is simplified, it's just one way in. So, I mean, your question is the question, isn't it? So how we're going to change this? And I would like to tell you A, B, C, D, and E. So this is the magic spell. But as I said, or I think I said before, there are no magic spells. So what we can do and what we're doing as a facilitator and as a mediator between civil society and journalists is very much trying to not necessarily look at how many thumbs up you will get, but because you are reporting just on news. If you report, what happens if you report on a story? So if that information that you were saying before, comes framed into a story in which the public has been engaged, maybe the public wants to know how the story ends. So again, why the way to do it, and this is probably a call to action if we want to look at this way for the media, is moving away from just one single news, one single thumb up, and try to embed what that news is in a story, because the engagement from the public is what then will bring and push your newsrooms to actually say, I want to know more about it. So that won't happen tomorrow. So far, we've trained 100 journalists in just something more than a year, and there are so many more that needs to that we would like to engage with. But as and again, I know that I need to shorten, but just as a sum up, there is no magic spells, but again, the media is part of an ecosystem, and the collaboration and creating connection and try to bring in and to elevate and to strengthen the principle around which information is developed is the key. It doesn't happen tomorrow. We hope it will happen the day after tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Stefania, Sumi, and Shubo, for this very interesting session. Thank you to the audience for all the questions. Questions came in on WhatsApp as well. Unfortunately, we cannot pose them because we ran out of time. I thank you all very much for your participation at the second day of the UN RBHR Forum. We'll be in touch with you as usual with an email to show you what is happening tomorrow. We have some interesting sessions lined up, so please join us. And thank you very much for all of your participation today. I wish you all the best.